All right, guys, big picture. We're going to leave bolts 1 and 2 as are for right now. We're still assessing, but we'll go ahead and get working on bolt 3. So Ike, you can grab your PGT. I'm going to get back to you in just a second with settings.
Okay, copy that. Do you need me to do 3 first, or can I do 4? I can get to either.
Doesn't matter, whatever you prefer.
Copy.
And Ike, we're going to go straight to the higher torque setting, so Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
We're in a brief expected handover between satellites. We'll gain communications with the crew here shortly.
We had a handover, probably. How much you want to bet he's going to say Bravo? Yeah.
You read my mind. We just had a handover, and you can configure to Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2 set.
Okay, then you can install bolts 3 or 4, your choice. We're looking for 10 turns.
Okay, you got 6.5 turns, 25.4 on the torque on bolt 4.
I'm sorry, say again, number of turns on bolt 4?
6.5.
All right, 6.5 turns on bolt 4.
25.4 on the torque.
Okay, we'll move to bolt number 3 then.
Work.
The 2 spacewalkers today have run into some resistance as they work to drive the bolts into the Columbus module, but are continuing to work through procedures with the ground to get the bolts fully secured.
7 turns, green light 25.4 on bolt 3.
I'm sorry, I missed the turn count.
7 turns on bolt 3.
Copy, thank you. All right, you can now, both of you, tie off the old Columbus MDPS bolts using the integrated wire tie.
Everyone, 2. Andy, can I take my red off of it now?
Stand by, just a second.
Bye. Bolts for EV1 are tied off. A3 is tied off, and Hopper is. Could you give me a hand with 4? I sure can. I see what you need. Kate Suichi, you there?
Mike, we're with you.
Hey, did you move me 10 centimeters or so to the right last time?
That was 10 centimeters to the right last time.
Okay, let's get 10 meters back out. We can go 10 centimeters, sorry, centimeters to the left.
Copy, 10 centimeters to the left, and if you'll just lean back a little bit to clear Coca.
And clear of Coca. Lean back, you have to go.
Copy, go.
Good motion.
Okay, good motion. That's 10 centimeters.
Go 5 more. And there you go.
Continue.
There you go, Ike.
And that's 5.
Okay, GJ complete. Thank you.
Complete.
Thanks, Hopper.
All right, Ike and Hopper. We'd just like your help on assessing how well Coca is installed. So if you can see if there's any wiggle in it, and if it's flush with the surface of Columbus.
Okay, from EV2 side, it's not wiggling. I cannot see the gap though, the interface. So as I look at the interface from EV1, bolt 4 is the pad, you know, the foot plate is flush with the surface. Bolt 1, same, flush with the surface. Bolt 2 is flush with the surface. And I've got no wiggle, and I'm giving it a pretty good tug. No wiggle from the port side. No wiggle starboard.
All right, copy. Stand by just a second.
Roger. My bet is I put in more turns at the beginning. I mean, these did the same thing, though. Yeah, I think it's a difference in the bolts. That could be. Good point. Even if they are the same bolts, we took out 13 turns on these. And if it was the same length bolt, we also put this, you know, quarter inch of the foot off of Coca. That takes a quarter inch of the bolt away. Yeah. Which is going to equal less turns, less threads to grab.
All right,
because of the foot plate. Yeah.
We're happy down here. We're going to say Coca is installed and secure, so we'll go ahead and continue with the rest of the procedure. Hopper, for you, you can retrieve the T-handle tools on the rets and the large, small ret that's on the port side of Coca.
Mark.
And Ike, you can stow your PGT. If you haven't, you can release your RET from Kolka, and then we'll take a glove inspection and have check, please.
Copy. PGT stowed.
Now 1 hour and 48 minutes into today's spacewalk. As our spacewalkers were installing the Kolka, they did run into some resistance as they were driving bolts into the Columbus module. But they worked with the ground and checked to see if there was any movement on Kolka, and it was determined there was not. So Kolka is now considered successfully installed.
Those look the same except a couple of black smudges. My index and middle finger of my right hand. It's like grease or something. And half is dry.
Copy that. Thank you. Hopper, for you, just a reminder to leave the gap spanner installed for now. Once you've returned the T-handle tools and the RETs and the large, small RET back to the crew lock bag, you can put in your rich man's fair lead, and then we'll take a glove inspection and have check from you too.
Yeah, neither one copies.
And Ike, if you're ready, then you can work with Kate and Suichi to GCA as required to access the cable bundles. And your next thing will be to install those Kolka cables.
Sounds good. I think I can get the cables off from here. Confirm I'm taking them both, Andy, right?
Yep, so if you're happy in that position, then you can verify that the adjustable equipment tether, the large small, is on the black cap keeper, and then you can attach one end to the temporary cover handrail.
Do not have the black cap keeper. Stand by. Yes, I do. Just buried. Black cap keeper. Yeah, the black cap keeper has a French hook to a D-ring on the large small adjustable, and the large hook is attached to the cover handrail.
All right, then you can demate all those caps on the black cap keeper.
Can work. All right, P6 cap. Mated. Pins GDMI band, no FOD.
Next up for our spacewalking duo, NASA astronaut Victor Glover will work to route some cables on the Kolka, which is the KA band antenna, in order to provide the European Space Agency with high-speed ground communications. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins is heading over to Bartolomeo to finish up worksite preparations.
Pins in the MI band, no FOD.
Following this, the duo will meet back up at the Bartolomeo Science Platform, which is an external science research platform. And they'll work together to route cables.
Copy. Next, you can take an MWS RET to the adjustable equipment tether that's holding the P1 and P2 plug caps. And then you can demate the plug caps once you're ready to the adjustable.
Works. All right, I have a RET on the small hook side of the large small adjustable. I'm sorry, wait, say which adjustable? Is it the large small or the small? Small.
It's the small that the two hooks on the small should be going to the P1 and the P2 plug caps on cable bundle number 2.
That's right. Okay, I have a mini workstation rep to the caps, to the adjustable that's on the caps bundle 2.
All right, then you can demate the P1 and the P2 caps, and you can stow them on your mini workstation.
Okay, Andy, I have the large small is stowed in crew lock bag 1, as well as
Glover continuing to work through procedures in order to route cabling on the Kolka.
2 T-handles plus the 2 RETs back in crew lock bag number 1. You can put in a rich man's fair lead there if you want.
Affirmative. Okay.
And then we'll take a glove inspection, have check.
Roger. Okay, caps off of P1 and P2. The caps are on and adjustable, but ready to my workstation and them stowed.
Copy, and these are the caps we'll need down at Bartolomeo. So you can grab your mini workstation end effector if you need to, and grab cable bundles 1 and 2, and then release the wire ties from both cable bundles so that you have the full length.
Copy, in work. And Andy from ED1, dry hat, change to gloves.
Copy, and the rich man's fair lead is attached.
And it is installed.
Excellent. So you'll be heading back down to the Bartolomeo platform. I'll ask you to put in a poor man's fair lead again on Columbus end cone handrail 0912.
ED1 copies. Hey, Andy, am I completely releasing the wire tie, or should I leave it anchored onto the cables? Have the full length on bundle 2.
Yeah, so you should be releasing the full length of the cables, but I think the wire tie stays on the temporary cover handrail.
Okay, that's not how I wire tied it, but I will put it back onto the temporary cover handrail.
Well, actually, I think they should be staying on the cable bundles about halfway in the length where you release them from, because that'll try to keep them together since there's nothing to tie them off on towards as they run along Columbus.
Yeah, I have the full length released. It's just anchored to the middle of bundle 2, and if you're okay with that, that's what I'll leave them that way.
Yep, that's a good config.
They do understand for 1.
And Hopper, big picture for you, you're going to the nadir side of Bartolomeo, and you're going to be releasing cable clamp number 11.
ED1 copy. All right, Kate and Suichi, I'll be ready to go soon. Andy, I've got the full length of both cable bundles in hand and on my mini workstation effector.
All right, so you can work with Kate and Suichi to take you to the Kolka cable install position. Just a reminder of the caution, P3, P4, P5, or P6, one of those has to be mated before you mate P1 or P2.
Copy, I believe that's outboard to inboard, so the center 2 are last. Copy that.
That's right.
All right, Kate, Suichi, you have a go to publish, GCA to publish.
Copy, go GCA to publish to Kolka install. Can you just tip your ingress aid in for us? And we've got great clearance views of your mini workstation end effector. Just watch that as we go towards your feet, about 1 meter.
Copy. Actually, Hopper, are you good comm-wise? I am good for the comm, Andy. Well, actually, let me get the settings real quick. Okay, stand by, Kate.
Yep, hopper settings are Bravo 3, counterclockwise 2. You're looking for 13 turns on bolt number 1 on cable clamp number 11.
Okay, I copy. Bravo 3, counterclockwise 2.
Good readback.
Bolt 11. All right, I'm good with the comm. Hey, you have a go to GCA to publish.
GCA to publish.
NASA astronaut Victor Glover now making his way over to the Bartolomeo Science platform on board the Canadarm2. NASA astronaut Kate Rubins in control of the Canadarm2 inside the space station. Once Glover makes his way over to the Bartolomeo platform, he'll meet up with NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins, who's currently at the Bartolomeo platform. Hopkins is working on releasing cable clamps from the Bartolomeo Science platform. These clamps need to be removed and opened up in order to remove the cabling that needs to get routed in order to activate Bartolomeo.
And I cleared your published.
Okay, if you could take me body in towards Columbus, about start with 10 centimeters.
Copy, body in, starting with 10 centimeters. Let me know when to continue.
Obviously motion.
Good motion, continue. And that's good. Stop motion,
Hey, stop the
GCA
motion.
complete.
GCA complete. I confirm GCA complete.
GCA complete.
GCA complete.
And Andy 11's released.
We're now 2 hours into the 233rd spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, assembly, and upgrades. The spacewalk officially began at 5:28 a.m. this morning and is set to last approximately 6.5 hours.
You can indeed.
Copy, and I got the same settings, Bravo 3, counterclockwise 2.
That's correct, and we expect 13 turns on all of them.
Ready.
Go ahead, Ike.
Ready to make cables.
In today's spacewalk, the spacewalking duo of NASA astronaut Victor Glover and Mike Hopkins egressed the hatch and brought out the Kolka or Columbus Ka band antenna. They made their way over to the Columbus module of the space station and removed 4 bolts on the Columbus panels. They then installed the Kolka where the bolts were and secured Kolka to the Columbus module. NASA astronaut Victor Glover then routed Kolka cables, and now the duo is heading to the Bartolomeo Science platform, where they'll remove clamps holding cabling in place, which will then be routed in order to activate Bartolomeo.
Hey, P6J6 made it, lever forward over center.
Copy, P6 to J6.
I have P3, J3, no FOD. 10 still. Lever aft, ready to mate.
Go to mate.
Lever forward over center, mated.
Copy, P3 made it to J3.
The duo now working together to connect cables on the Bartolomeo Science platform.
P4, good pins, good EMI band. J4 is no FOD. Lever aft. P4, J4 made it, lever forward over center.
Copy, P4 to J4.
In this view here, you see NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover working together to install cables on the Bartolomeo science platform. You also see a great view of the SpaceX Crew Dragon Resilience, which both spacewalkers arrived on back in November.
Got a little discoloration in the center with no fog, and the socket looks good.
Copy.
Needed. Lever forward over center. All right, Andy, confirm I'm go for 1 and 2. Is there an order?
Yep, any order for 1 and 2. It's in the...
Okay. J2, good pins. Good my band, no FOD, and J2. We're aft. Made it.
Copy.
Forward over center.
P2 made it to J2.
J1, no FOD, good pins. Good EMI band, J1s. No FOD. Lever is aft. Made it. Lever forward over center.
Copy. P1 made it to J1. That should be all the connections, so you can verify that all your tools and tethers are clear of the work site, and then we'll take a glove inspection and have check, please.
Stand by. Tools and tethers are all me and disconnected. Tab is dry. And no change to the gloves.
Copy. No change to the gloves. You can now work with Kate and Suichi to take you to the Kolka cable back-off position, which will continue to the Bartolomeo back-off position.
Copy, Hopper. How you doing, Tom-wise? I'm good. All right. Okay, Kate, Suichi, you have a go to both back-offs. You can take me all the way to the Bartolomeo.
Copy, go for Bartolomeo, for Kolka cable backup to Bartolomeo.
And just before you start, Hopper, how many cable clamps have you released?
I've released 7, 8, 9. I can get 10 real quick. I'm in a good position, or I can get out of Ike's way from a safety tether standpoint.
Okay, I think we'll leave that for Ike. So if you could translate back up and remove your poor man's fair lead.
Roger that. Copy that. Okay, stand by, Kate and Suichi.
25.
Actually, let's go ahead to the Kolka back-off. That might give Hopper some more room. Have a go to GCA Kolka back-off.
Copy, go for GCA Kolka backoff.
Was in motion?
Good motion. Continue.
And Ike, this is published location.
Copy. Stay here for a second. GC complete.
GC complete.
Okay, coming underneath you, Ike. You got it. You're clear. Okay. And Andy, I did go ahead and release the 4 TA clamps as well.
Copy. The 4 TA clamps have been released. Thank you. And Hopper, once you've released your poor man's fair lead, then you can translate back down again to the port side of Bartolomeo. Then we'll get that. We'll get your safety tether out of the way.
I did that. Alright, safety tether is clear. Coming back down.
And the rich man's fair lead is still in place, right?
Rich man's still in place. Hey, Hopper, it's caught on the crew lock bag. You want it to stay on that yeah, side? that's Is that okay. okay? That's right where the port or rich man's is anyway.
Perfect. Okay.
No big change. Sweet.
NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins continuing to work through procedures to release clamps on the Bartolomeo science platform.
With Hopper's location and his safety tether is clear, then you can go ahead and continue to the Bartolomeo back-off position.
Me too. Does that safety tether look like? Good. Okay, EV1 is port. All right, Kate, so each of you have a go to publish.
Copy, go to publish. This will be a 2-minute maneuver to Bartolomeo back off.
Copy.
Arms in motion.
Copy. Good motion. Continue.
Copy. Continue.
And Ike, you're in position. Hold from the Bartolomeo back off. On your go, we can go in for the Bartolomeo worksite prep.
All right, Hopper, you ready for me to get my PGT stowed? And I will be ready. Okay. Ready? Okay, Kate, you have a go. You're published.
Happy go and work. And Ike, we don't have a specific distance here, so I'm just going to take you in, and we'll start with about a meter, but you can give me a call if you got a better number.
Okay, this is not a published.
Negative.
Okay, let's start with a meter. That sounds good.
All right, in motion.
The arm is in motion.
Good motion. Okay, start motion.
Stop motion.
So I see this. I see 10, 13, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the remaining ones, Hopper? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 10. I do 13 later. Okay. I think I can reach all of those. The settings you're using? Bravo 3, counterclockwise 2. Okay.
Next up for our spacewalkers today, Hopkins and Glover will work together in order to route cabling on the Bartolomeo External Science Payload Platform.
It makes sense for you to do it. Okay, GTA complete.
GCA complete.
This cabling needs to be routed in order to activate Bartolomeo.
I just want to double check with Hopper that he released 5 TA clamps on the starboard strut and 4 TA clamps for the power cables, the topless power cables. Is that right, Hopper?
That's affirmative.
And the last thing I copied was that you released clamp number 7, 8, and 9.
Yep, and I did 6 and 5 as well.
Copy, 6 and 5 as well. So then you can work together to release the remaining ones. PGT settings, Bravo 3, counterclockwise 2. Expect 13 turns.
Okay, and if I'm in your way, otherwise I'll try and get 4. Okay, I'll start over with 10. Okay. I'm right behind you, but you're good. Roger. And is released.
Copy 10.
This view from NASA astronaut Victor Glover's helmet cam as the duo works to remove clamps on the Bartolomeo Science Platform. These clamps need to be opened up and removed in order to remove the cabling that needs to get routed in order to activate Bartolomeo. As you can see here, the crew is working together to do just that.
Number 1 is released.
Copy 1.
2 is released.
Copy 2.
And number 3 is released.
Copy 3. You can stow the PGT, and the next thing we'll do is demate the PAPO's NZGLs.
51.
And we can demate them in any order, P1 through P6. Ike, you'll be mating the caps that you have on your mini workstation. You'll be mating those to P5 and P6.
I'm going to go ahead and give you those, Ike. You can be working out while I release the other 4. Absolutely. Great idea. Okay. Here comes P5. Let me grab the caps real quick. Over center.
And Ike, just a reminder to leave the adjustable tethered to those caps.
You 2 copies. 5. The 10s. The EMI band. That's the 5. Pass to me. Let me get 6 too, and I'll pass them both. There's 6. I'll let you check. You got it. Did not check the bid pins. Good EMI band, no pause. That was on 6. Roger. On 1. Turns, no fog, good EMI band.
Copy.
Okay, 6 is capped. It's capped.
Views from both helmet cams of our spacewalkers today as they work together to route cabling for the Bartolomeo External Science Payload Platform.
My band. 3. Good pins, no fog, good EMI band. And 4. Good pins, no fog, good EMI band.
Copy. They're all demated. So Ike, you'll be doing a large translation with the cable bundles in your hand. So before we start that, I'll have you verify that your cooling is at a comfortable level, that your ingress aid is tucked, your visors are where you'd like them to be, the glove heaters are comfortable, you've got your heels out, and your tools and tethers are clear.
Heels out. Tools and tethers are clear. I still have a ret to the cap, to the adjustable on the caps that are on 5 and 6. My ingress aid has my end effector to it, and it's tucked in. Heels are good. I'm ready to go. Cooling and all that shades are good.
And we're about 9 minutes away from sunset, but it's probably already getting dark where you are. And if you want, you can release your MWS ret from that adjustable to the caps. And then you can retrieve both coils of the PAPOS cables and keep the top coil closest to your body. And you can use your mini workstation end effector as needed.
Copy. Look to your right and look at that moon. You see it? Just a second. Okay, I have my rep back to my workstation. Oh yeah, that's awesome. It's pretty incredible. Okay, I've got both bundled, Andy.
Copy. You have both bundles, so we're ready to begin motion. Just give you a couple notes and reminders. If you feel any resistance, stop motion. Please don't put any loads into the cables or to the arm. And also, finally, before dropping that bottom coil, make sure that the cable slack is pulled taut towards you. We don't want any cable slack on the Bartolomeo platform.
EV2 copies. EV1 copy.
M1, M2 copy.
Hey, Hopper, you ready? I'm ready. You see the TA clamps over here? I do. It just watch those as I back out. You bet. Okay, you have a go to publish them.
As a reminder, we are taking your questions today using the hashtag AskNASA. One question we received today was, how long does a spacewalk take? Most spacewalks are about 6.5 hours, though the longest spacewalk ever recorded happened back in 2011, and it took 8 hours and 56 minutes and was completed by Jim Voss and Susan Helms.
Hey, Hopper? Yeah. You that by your left hand? Yeah. Picture. What do you want? I said, did you see the picture by your left hand? Yeah, I did. Cool. There it is.
Okay, I almost motion stopped. How do you like the pushing?
One correction, that longest spacewalk ever completed was actually in 2001, not 2011. So again, the longest spacewalk that ever occurred happened on March 11th, 2001, lasting 8 hours and 56 minutes. That spacewalk was completed by Jim Voss and Susan Helms.
I will say motion.
Motion, continue.
Copy, continue.
Okay, Hopper, I see the cables clear of the TA clamp. I agree, concur. Hey, Hopper? Yes, sir. two things when you start tacking these down. They're not all the same length. So you're going to have tension on a couple, but a couple will still be loose. I can see that right now, yep. And then the memory wants to go off the end cone to the right, starboard. Okay. Good words, thank you. Okay, Andy, most of the bottom coil is down.
Copy.
And Ike, there's your published.
You have a go to continue to the next published.
Okay, that's your Papos midpoint. We're going to Papos connector panel now.
And Hopper, I think I saw you close was it all 4 TA clamps over by the Papos connectors?
Affirmative.
Copy. Then you can retrieve your PGT and we'll install clamp number 11 on the nadir side of Bartolomeo.
Roger.
And this is where we also want to verify that the cables...
Watch the cables. Yep, I see them. Not starboard of...
And Ike, ramping out motion here. Are you good for me to continue with the cables with Hopper?
Continue.
To continue.
You see the cables out? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Are they still free? Yeah, they're still free. Okay.
Now over 2 hours and 30 minutes into today's spacewalk, our spacewalking duo of Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover continue to work through procedures in order to route cables on the Bartolomeo External Science Payload platform.
Ike, you good for me to take some comm real quick? Andy, settings?
Yep. Bravo 1, clockwise 2, expect 13 turns.
Bravo 1, clockwise 2. Roger.
And Ike, there's your published in X, Y, and Z. Let me know if you'd like the that big yaw that we were talking about.
Okay, I think I can reach it from here. GTA complete?
GTA complete?
Hey, Andy, I had 10.5 turns, 11.9 on the torque.
Copy, 10.5 turns. So Hopper, for you, you can verify that the clearance with that starboard aft goal 2 interface, you can pull the cables taut to the platform handrail 8909 and then apply a twist to hold those cables in place. And then you can work your way up along the end cone to 0939, 0933 where you put in wire ties earlier.
Everyone.
And Ike, you can begin prep on the Papos connector panel so you can remove the J5 terminator and then the J1, 2, 3, 4 caps. Please do not demate the J6 terminator at this time.
We're in a brief expected handover between communication satellites and will regain communication with the crew shortly. As a reminder, based on updated guidance, teams in Mission Control are now wearing masks at all times while on console and supporting mission operations, except for brief periods of time to eat or drink, as am I during today's spacewalk coverage.
All right, I'm back with you after handover. Just to repeat, you can remove the J5 terminator and the J1, 2, 3, 4 cap, but not the J6 terminator.
The J5 terminator is off. The 4 cap is off. It's also on that cap keeper. Working on 3 now. And the jack look good, no FUD.
Copy.
Three uncapped, cap on the cap keeper, no FUD.
Copy.
A2 cap is off. On the cap keeper, no FUD. J2 looks good.
And Ike, once you've removed the J1 cap, then you can sew one of the open hooks from the white cap keeper on the J6 terminator. Just don't demate it.
The J1 cap is off onto the cap keeper. J1 looks good. And the cap keeper has a hook to J6 terminator and is still mated.
This view from NASA astronaut Victor Glover's helmet cam as he continues to work through procedures to route cabling on the Bartolomeo external science payload platform.
Work. And Andy, the first 2 wire tires are, and it is towards back connector panel. I don't know if you can see in the WDS, but it's tucked back there real nice.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard to see, but I'll take your word for it. So just to confirm, you did 0939 and 0933, right?
No, that's 8909. That was the first one, and then 939. Now I'm going up to 933.
Copy.
The adjustables on the cap keeper.
You can copy the adjustables on the cap keeper. You can demate the caps.
On both?
On both.
The question, Andy, the cap keeper and the adjustables actually helping me keep the bundle in a nice place, I think. Can I have uncapped P5, still no FOD, good pins, Video my van, can I mate P5, J5 and then uncap E6?
Yep, that's no issue. So you can demate P5 and then you can connect P5 to J5.
Work. And then one of these cables has got kind of a loop coming out of it. There's just a wire tie. I'm going to release that loop, pull it a little tighter, and then I'll put it back in. This is a wire tie that's just on the bundle.
Okay, copy.
P5, J5 mated. Over forward, over center.
Copy. Then you can mate P1, P2, P3, and P4 in any order.
Copy, should work.
Today's spacewalkers continuing to work through procedures in order to route cabling on the Bartolomeo External Science Payload platform. This cabling needs to get routed in order to activate Bartolomeo.
Copy. And a big picture for you, Hopper. Instead of trying to take pictures in the dark, we'll have you start work on the antenna cable routing.
Roger that. Three is complete, so I'm heading back down.
Copy.
Following this task, NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins is going to work on removing another set of cabling that's going to be used to hook up an antenna to Bartolomeo.
Yep, I'm going down and just going to release some TA clamps, and then I got to release 13, and I'm good. Okay. Okay, kid, I'll take that yaw. Have a go for GCA. GCA.
And Ike, out in motion now.
Motion.
Be good motion. That's the policy.
Okay, let's take me to my right. I'm sorry, to my left, body left, centimeters.
Okay, body left 10 centimeters. Arms in motion.
Copy. Good motion.
Copy, good motion. Next, how do you like the position?
If you're just tuning in with us today, we're a little over 2 hours and 45 minutes into the 233rd spacewalk in support of space station maintenance, upgrades, and installation. Today's spacewalk officially began at 5:28 a.m. Central Time, and since then, our spacewalking duo of NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover worked together to remove the Kolka Columbus Ka band antenna out of the airlock and brought it with them over to the Columbus module of the space station. They then worked together to remove bolts on the Columbus panels and then installed Kolka where the removed bolts were. Following this, the duo worked together to route Kolka cabling and then headed to the Bartolomeo Science Payload platform. Here, the duo worked together to remove clamps, holding cabling in place, which was then routed in order to activate Bartolomeo. Currently, Hopkins is heading over to a different part of Bartolomeo in order to remove another set of cabling and route it to an antenna on Bartolomeo.
Hey, Andy, I have the antenna cable.
Copy. So just to confirm, you've released all the TA clamps. You've demated P2 from J7.
Have the jack is released, yes, from, that was J7, and 13 is released, and I have the plug.
Copy. So you can release the twists on the antenna cable wire tie as needed to provide slack, and then verify your safety tether is clear.
Roger that. I'm going to need a little bit more GCA. Do that. All right, Kate Sochi, can I get 30 centimeters toward my feet?
Be 30 centimeters towards your feet.
Arms in motion.
Good motion.
Copy, good motion. I got 30 centimeters.
Continue.
New starboard. To your feet.
Okay, that's good, starboard, and if you could take me body in 10 centimeters.
Body in 10 centimeters. Arms in motion.
Good motion. Continue. Continue.
Watch your clearance on the foot plate.
Clearance. Continue. Foot plate is well clear. Continue.
Continue.
Okay, that's good. GCA complete.
GCA complete.
Okay, Andy, all four of them, J1, 2, 3, and 4, I'm only able to get the levers to like straight up and down, not forward, so they go over center. I'm trying to get a better eye level to see if they're maybe not fully mated when I started moving the lever, but they all look like they're all the way mated.
We copy. Stand by. And if you haven't already, you could inspect the lever for FOD.
Work.
And while you're looking at it, you can also look at that linkage for any damage.
Work. No FOD, the linkage looks good. It goes full forward over center while I've got it off.
Copy. So you can try to mate it again, just checking the alignment and the side loads, and if you need to, you can push and pull on the back shelf and increase the force on the lever.
I will try all of that again. I tried all of those things. I've got a handrail here on the end cone of Columbus that I'm using to react, and I'm putting a good bit of force into it. Yeah, so J1 and P1 are fully mated with the lever aft over center, and then I go to lever forward, and it just stops at the midpoint. Lever's perpendicular to the back shell right now. That's as far as I can get it.
All right, copy. Stand by.
This view from NASA astronaut Victor Glover's helmet cam is he works to ensure there's a good connection between the cables he's been routing on the Bartolomeo science platform.
And I just want to confirm, when you're sliding down the plug onto the jack, that the two half shells are meeting in a good mate.
Yeah, when I say it's mated with the lever aft, that's what I'm talking about. They're flush. Yeah, it is completely centered up and ready to move the lever forward. And that's why I got a better eye-level view to make sure I could see both sides, that they were completely flushed together they're not quite symmetric, and the blue lines don't line up if you're familiar. You remember these connectors, but they were ready for me to move the lever. I would say for all four. There's no they're not sideways or anything. They're all coming straight out of the connector panel. They're all level, flush. No big gaps. All the linkages look good. And I watched Hopper demate all these, so they are capable of going forward over center. They're all just stopping at the midpoint. Except I got 5 mated fully, but 1, 2, 3, and 4 are levers straight up and down. Lever centered.
Yeah, we copy all Ike. Drew here is suggesting to double check that they're snapping in place. Sometimes there's a little bit of tightness that you need to overcome in the very last little bit of the mate. You kind of have to push both on the jack and the plug side and just kind of get it to like click into place.
Okay, try it again. Yep, the last 5 or 6 that I snapped in place, the same thing. So unless these have something different about them, I would say that that's where they were on my previous attempts. And yeah, it is snapped, clicked, mated, connected, minimum gap, and every other way I could describe to you that it was ready for me to go lever forward, and it's still centered.
Okay, we appreciate the extra effort, Ike, and we copy all. I think we'll ask Hopper to come over and maybe try a different body position to see if he has any joy. So, Hopper, if you could stow the Aris antenna cable and try to head over and see if you could help Ike.
Okay. Sounds good.
And Ike, let me know if you want any GCA, if you want to try a different position at all.
Copy. For one thing, I'm thinking with another set of hands, I can push on that shell piece, okay, that's going forward to drive the pin, if you want. Yeah. Let me get kind of temp on this antenna. Okay, I'm on my way.
And once you get 2 hands up there, try also to see if you can minimize any side loads that might also be preventing it from going over center.
Okay, we copy.
And I will also take you up on your offer of when you have an extra set of hands up there to push on the back shell.
Okay, Ike, what do you think if I go to that, I can back out of the way if you want, or I think you're, I don't know, down here on the end cone? Okay.
Following some difficulties ensuring a good connection during the Bartolomeo cable routing, NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins is now going to head over and offer a second set of hands to Victor Glover so they can work together to ensure proper location and leverage of the cabling as they work to complete installation.
It's all four of these, huh? Yeah, I can see it. You look at where the levers are. You see they're almost identical. Yeah, I know. I agree. Okay. So I'm going to demate. Okay. You got a good look in there. Double checking, I agree. It all looks good. Okay. You want to do your push and all? Yep. Well, you ready? I guess from there. What? Okay, Andy. That's right, it's not. You push on that too? Can you get a thumb down there? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I don't. Wow, Andy. Yeah. You got Ike and I both pushing on that. Yeah, I don't know what it could be. It looks like the pins line up. I mean, what I can see. Yeah. That feels like a set of heart stuff, doesn't it? Yes. The, see that diameter of the pins or something? I don't know. It looks like the pins line up, so I'm not sure. Yeah, there you go. Push more. Yeah. Budget. You can see though how far we got to go, right? You see the gold and then the silver line. I think that's how far the back shell still needs to go. In that. Is that lip fitting? Yeah, it goes forward. It'll go all the way forward. But then, you know, it's hitting, you see how the bottom of that silver, it's got a lip to it, and is that hitting and not preventing it from going any further? See what I mean? Yeah, I can't tell. I don't think so, because if you take it off, go forward. Okay, Andy, you guys got any other suggestions?
Yeah, we're still discussing down here. Give us another sec.
I just hit the same hard spot.
Do you, Hopper and Ike, do you have an estimate of how far it's engaging in the back shell's engaging when you throw the lever?
Okay, so let me describe the back shell to you. So there's an outer part. It's kind of got the gold coloring, and that starts closest to the cable. And that's about a centimeter and a half. And then you've got a thin silver coated band, and that's maybe a third of a centimeter. And then you've got two steps down to a smaller diameter from that back shell. And so when that silver is getting even with the rest of the NZGL, what it's going into, that's where it stops. Looks like it's traveling about an inch, you say? Yeah, I'd say traveling about an inch. You guys have a good view in that WVS?
Yeah, we got a good view, and we copy about an inch of travel.
And can you see where it's stopping? Right at that silver band.
And all four are the same, is that right?
All same. That's affirmative. Same spot.
All right, stand by.
While not unusual due to cable stiffness, our spacewalkers are having difficulty mating Bartolomeo cables. Teams on the ground are continuing to troubleshoot while NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover work together on working through cable routing.
All right, Hopper and Ike, we need a little bit more time to discuss the forward plan here, but in the meantime, we'd like your help on troubleshooting a problem with Kolka. We're having a comm check failure, so we'll need to look at two of the cables. So if you could or Hopper, if you could make your way back to Kolka, we'd appreciate it.
That didn't work.
And Ike, for you, your go to demate the connectors, and then we'll take some pictures, please.
That didn't work.
And Ike, specifically, we'd love pictures of the connectors on the Columbus side.
Two.
And we'd also just like to double check that P1 was going to J1 and P2 to J2, et cetera, et cetera.
That is correct. And like I said, the pins look like they match up. I mean, I'm seeing 7 pinholes in the jack side, and the plug only has 4, but they look like, it's the same type of connector. They match where they ought to go.
Okay, copy.
Hey, Andy, I'm back at the Kolka cables.
Copy.
And you're talking about where they go into Columbus, correct?
That's right. So we're looking for P1 and P2. We'll take one of them at a time. So you can disconnect P1 and inspect it for us, please.
Okay, didn't work. Okay, on the Columbus side, no FOD. And on the Kolka side, no FOD, good pins. Like a good EMI band.
Copy. Sounds like everything looks good on both sides, so you can reconnect it.
Didn't work. Over center, connected.
Copy. We'll repeat the same thing for P2, please.
That's it.
NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins wrapping up inspections and reconnection of a couple of cables previously installed earlier on today's spacewalk of the Kolka to ensure that there is a good connection.
And on the Columbus side, 5. Good pins, no FOD. Good EMI band on the Kolka side.
Copy. Sounds like it's good as well, so you can reconnect that one as well, please.
Didn't work. Connected over center.
Copy. Connected over center. Stand by.
Roger.
NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins just wrapping up inspections and reconnection of a couple of cables previously installed on today's spacewalk during the Kolka installation. Again, the Kolka stands for Columbus Ka band antenna, and that Kolka will enable an independent high bandwidth communications link to European ground stations.
And Ike, we're still discussing. Stand by.
Working on the photos. Hey, Andy, I got 2 more wire ties, and I should be at the antenna.
Copy.
Now 3 hours and 19 minutes into today's spacewalk. So far today, our spacewalkers egress the hatch after beginning today's spacewalk at 5:28 a.m. Central Time. That began the 233rd spacewalk in support of space station maintenance and assembly. The duo worked together to remove the Kolka or Columbus Ka band antenna from the airlock with them, and then brought it to the Columbus module of the space station. They then worked together to remove bolts on the Columbus panels and install the Kolka where the bolts were removed. Following this, Kolka was secured to the Columbus module and cables on Kolka were routed in order to connect it. At this time, the team is troubleshooting cable connections on the Kolka and are brainstorming ideas that they will relay up to the crew.
So I heard you had 2 left.
After this, the duo headed to the Bartolomeo Science platform, where they removed clamps holding cabling in place, which was then routed in order to activate Bartolomeo. Teams on the ground are troubleshooting some issues with the Bartolomeo cable connections, and we will relay procedures up to the crew shortly.
Hey, Andy, I'm at the panel.
Copy. You are at the APCU connector panel, so you can disconnect the ARIS cable P2 from the panel J2.
Okay, P2, J2, didn't work. Okay, disconnected.
Copy. It's disconnected, so you...
Good 10. Go ahead.
No, I'll take your call.
I show 05, good pins, good EMI band.
Copy. Sounds good. So you can mate the antenna plug that you just routed, and you can connect that to the panel J2, which is now free. And just before you connect again, just double check your safety tether is clear.
Roger. And safety tether is clear. And then the antenna. Go. 5 good pins. Interesting, this one has 4 pins instead of 2. Good EMI band. And connected over center.
Copy. Now you can mate the Iris plug to the antenna cable jack. So you can remove the jack cap and stow that on your mini workstation. And then you...
Now, 3 hours and 26 minutes into today's spacewalk, NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover have encountered issues mating the cable connections to the Bartolomeo Science platform. They were able to soft dock the connections and could move the connector level approximately halfway to closed, but could not get the lever to move all the way to the mated position. The team in Mission Control is working a troubleshooting plan for these connectors. Meanwhile, Kolka, or the Columbus Ka band antenna, which was installed earlier on today's spacewalk, did not see the indications that the ground team was expecting after activating the Kolka heaters. So Hopkins has demated and remated the associated connections, and they are working to activate heaters a second time. Teams in Mission Control Houston are discussing options with their counterparts at the European Space Control Center in Cologne.
As needed, and once that's done, you can translate back to the crew lock bag number 1.
Okay. How you doing, Ike? Pretty good, pretty good. Getting nice thoughts. Good nice to the connectors, hoping they'll work. Happy thoughts? Hey, Kate and Sweetie, we need some good vibes out here.
We're sending you vibes.
Thank you.
All right, Ike. Sorry to keep you waiting. We still don't have an exact plan yet, but in the meantime, we'd like you to demate the J6 terminator, and then you can mate P6 to J6.
Copy. Demating the Terminator and then mating J6, D6. Alright, Andy, P6, J6, both no FOD, pin sockets, good EMI band. Where is aft?
Copy, Ike.
Now over 3 hours and 31 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 5:28 a.m. Central Time, Hopkins and Glover have encountered issues mating the cable connections to the Bartolomeo Science Platform. They were able to soft dock the connections and could move the connector level approximately halfway to closed, but could not get the lever to move all the way to the mated position. The team in Mission Control is working a troubleshooting plan for these connectors.
Yeah, we have got the good video from you, Ike.
Meanwhile, Kolka, or the Columbus Ka band antenna, which was installed earlier on today's spacewalk, did not see the indicators they were expecting after activating the heater.
The receptacle is flush with the...
So Hopkins has demated and remated the associated connections, and they are working to activate heaters a second time. Teams in Mission Control are in discussion regarding options with their counterparts at the European Space Control Center in Cologne.
Moving about an inch. If you look in there, you can see the pins, the base of the pins is maybe just over an inch. They each also have a little standoff around them, so that's also raised. I think we may just be bottoming out and being the rubber inside of this one to the hard plastic on the backside.
Yep, that's our thinking as well. The problem is that in order to securely lock it in place, we need that lever all the way forward. So we're still discussing exactly what we can do.
Roger. Andy, I'm back at the crew lock bag. I'm putting the cap on a cap keeper.
Yep, you can put it on the blue cap keeper.
Roger that, and work.
Now 3 hours and 35 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 5:28 a.m. Central Time. NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover have encountered issues mating the cable connections to the Bartolomeo science platform.
We'd like you should have two caps with you, so if you could cap two of the plugs, P1, P2, P3, and P4, because we'll leave this work site for a moment, and once you've capped two of them, Ike, then we'll send you back to Kolka, and we'll be working on the Kolka cover removal. Hopper, for you can remain there. We'll take a glove inspection and a hab check while you wait for Ike to get over to you.
Okay, and Andy, for 1, 2, 3, and 4, talking about the jack or the plug side?
Stand by.
Again, Hopkins and Glover have encountered issues mating the cable connections to the Bartolomeo science platform. They were able to soft dock the connections and could move the connector level approximately halfway to closed, but could not get the lever to move all the way to the mated position. The team at Mission Control is working a troubleshooting plan for these connectors. Meanwhile, Kolka, which is the Columbus Ka band antenna which was installed earlier on today's spacewalk, did not see the indications the ground was expecting after activating the Kolka heaters. Hopkins mated and demated the associated connections in attempt to activate the heaters a second time.
Scratch my last call. Since we're going to come back, we don't need to cap anything at this point. So we're going to get you moving to the Papos back-off position, which continues to the Kolka back-off position. So you can work with Kate and Suichi to take you to Kolka back-off.
Okay, sounds good, Andy Hopper. I'm coming that way. Roger that. Okay, Kate and Suichi, you have a go to both back-offs.
All right, copy your go to both back-offs. And just to let you know, big picture, to take out your GCAs, we're going to take you station aft, station zenith, station port, and then we'll get that big yaw maneuver back in.
Sounds good.
Teams in Mission Control, in discussion with their counterparts at the European Space Control Center in Cologne, have recommended our spacewalkers work to remove the Kolka or Columbus Ka band antenna cover, which was installed in order to protect the antenna during installation. The cover is no longer needed and will be jettisoned following its removal.
How's the motion?
Good motion. You.
Hopper, while Ike's flying the arm, we'd like you to ask you to grab the black cap keeper from Kolka. It should be up there by where the cable bundles were. And if you could grab that and transfer it over to the Papos connector panel, we'd appreciate it, because we'll need those caps there later, potentially if we need to leave anything capped.
Hey, copy that, in work.
Hey, Ike, this is the Papos backward position. We can continue on to Kolka cover removal if you guys are ready.
Yeah, we're ready. You have to go all the way to the cover removal position. Andy, I'm going to leave the large, small adjustable here, because I think Ike needs it for the cover removal. Sure.
Like this, we have 2 minutes to joke us.
Hopper, you can leave it if you want, but Ike shouldn't need it, so... but either way, we need to get it over to the crew lock bag at some point.
Roger that. Good motion.
Thank you, good motion.
I left. Ike, do you want me to leave it or keep it? Leave it. Yeah, okay. Clear underneath you? Yes.
And Ike, once we get to the Kolka back-off, we've got a third one to go in for the Kolka cover removal. If you're good, we'll do a little config and then take it in.
Okay. Andy, I'm going to attach the black cat keeper to one of the hooks on the white cat keeper.
Copy. And Hopper, once you've temp stowed them there, then you can head back to Kolka.
Cool.
Now, 3 hours and 46 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 5:28 a.m. Central Time, Hopkins and Glover have encountered issues mating the cable connections to the Bartolomeo science platform. They were able to soft dock the connections and could move the connector level approximately halfway to closed, but could not get the lever to move all the way to the mated position. The team in Mission Control is working a troubleshooting plan for these connectors. Meanwhile, the Kolka or Columbus Ka band antenna, which was installed earlier on today's spacewalk, did not see the indications the ground was expecting after activating the Kolka heaters. Hopkins demated and remated the associated connections in an attempt to activate the heater. However, the heater was still not activated. In addition to continuing troubleshooting with their counterparts at the European Space Control Center in Cologne, the plan is to continue with removing the Kolka cover per the spacewalk task list. This cover is no longer needed and will be jettisoned following its removal.
Okay, GA complete.
Copy, GCA complete.
Hey, Ike, are you in position?
You know what, I'm sorry, are we doing the cover or the MLI?
Well, so we are removing the MLI as part of the Kolka cover.
Okay. Hey, so how far are we from published?
Hey, Ike, this is published
Okay.
position for the Kolka removal.
Okay. Yep, I'm in position, Andy.
Copy. So there should be, I think, a large, small adjustable that Hopper left. It should be there on the cover handrail, so you can grab that and hand it to Hopper, and Hopper can put it in the crew lock bag.
We might use it for the cover removal. Can I give it to him after we get the cover off?
Sure, no problem. We just want to make sure we don't toss it into space.
Yep. Yeah, we'll take it off.
All right, Hopper, then you can remove the temporary MLI tab A. That's the one by bolt 2. And then you can pass the MLI around the nadir side to Ike, and then Ike, you can remove Bravo and Charlie.
Okay, A is released. Okay, well, let me, hold on, Ike.
While the team in Mission Control Houston continues to consider a forward plan on the Bartolomeo power connections, the team is moving forward with the planned Kolka or Columbus Ka band antenna cover removal as planned. The cover was placed in order to protect the antenna during installation. Because it is no longer needed, it will be jettisoned following its removal.
You have a caution to avoid contact with the silver tape surfaces once we remove the temporary MLI.
Easy 1, 2. Okay, I should probably give it a 2-inch. Confirm. Okay, I have the MLI. Got it. Have it.
And Ike, you can install the integrated Kolka Velcro tabs back on tab Bravo and Charlie.
Okay. Let's see. I can probably come up and get the Charlie one. Me too? Yeah, I may have to get off the arm anyway, so I'd have to. Not.
And I keep you.
NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover continuing to work together to remove the cover on the Kolka or Columbus Ka band antenna, which was installed earlier on today's spacewalk. The cover on the Kolka was installed to protect the antenna during installation, but is no longer needed. Glover will jettison the cover while on the Canada arm too. On Earth, the cover weighs about 34 pounds. Of course, in the microgravity environment of space, it weighs nothing, but still, of course, has mass.
That's the tab. Just that little one with the hook on the end, right? That was covering up the other tabs, right? It was over the top of them. You released them? I think so. Yeah.
And Ike, it's just to cover up the Velcro that was exposed.
Okay, yep, both tabs are back connected. Okay, Andy, all the loops are through the MLI, and the red is back to itself, which is attached to the PIP pin.
Copy, looks good. And just to check, you covered the Velcro tabs as well on Alpha and Delta?
Nice. Alpha, Delta. Okay, complete.
Copy. Ike, you can take your BRT red and put it on the Kolka cover handrail.
It worked. The BRT red is on the Kolka cover handrail.
Copy. And then just a reminder of a caution to avoid contact with the antenna dish once the temporary cover is removed. So with that, Ike, you can grab your PGT, and you're looking for Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2.
Alpha 7 counterclockwise 2 set. And stand by, Ike. Bye. And Andy, I was trying to tighten up that MLI, and I inadvertently pulled the PIP pin. I'm reinstalling, and it's reinstalled.
Copy that.
Hey, Ike. Okay. All right, Andy, Alpha 7, counter 2.
That's a good readback, so you can release the temporary cover bolts 7 turns each in any order.
The zenith bolt is removed.
Copy. Do you have a turn count? Just.
The zenith bolt, I believe, is removed, and it was five turns. It is removed, 5 turns.
Copy.
Sorry, that's the nadir bolt. The nadir bolt.
So I copy both bolts released. You've temp stowed the PGT. Once you've done that, then you can check your ingress aid and your mini workstation. And if you need to, you can GCA to put the Kolka cover handrail in the bottom of your work envelope. And then next thing will be to remove the cover.
Worked. Okay, my end effector is to my ingress aid. It's tucked in, and tools are good. PGT is sewed. I'm ready to GCA to remove the cover. Okay, I left that large, small adjustable. Roger. I'm going to use it to open it to give myself a little more work volume. Okay. And then once it's open, you think that's a good time to take it, or do you want me to get the cover all the way off? Yeah, I would say get it all the way off, and let's get away from the antenna, don't you? Okay. Okay. Unless you think it's going to get in your way. No. Okay. Okay, you ready for the GCA?
Okay, firm, and we don't have published here. We are just going to take you station forward and station zenith simultaneously. We're going to go real slow here and give us any deltas as you need it.
All right, let's start with toward my back, 10 centimeters.
Copy, 10 centimeters towards your back.
We're in a brief expected handover between satellites and will regain communications with the crew shortly.
Towards my head, 30 centimeters.
Copy, toward your head, 30 centimeters. Was it motion?
Motion.
Okay, that's 30 centimeters.
Okay, I'm going to open the cover some here, and then we may need more centimeters in that same direction.
Copy, you are standing by.
The antenna hopper. Don't see it yet. There it is. Okay, 30 more centimeters. Slowly toward my head, please.
Copy. 30 meters, 30 centimeters. And arms in motion.
Good motion.
Copy, good motion.
Continue.
Copy, continue.
NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover continuing to work together to remove the Kolka or Columbus Ka band antenna cover. This cover was placed in order to protect the antenna during installation. Because this cover is no longer needed, it will be jettisoned off of the Canada arm by NASA astronaut Victor Glover.
Copy, stop motion.
Okay, GCA complete.
Copy, GCA complete.
All right, when you're happy, Ike, Hopper can release the pip pin.
All right, I have the cover. I'm stable. You have a go to release the pin. Roger.
And Ike, before you jettison the cover, you'll be retrieving the adjustable with the temporary MLI. So if at that point, you can also retrieve the large, small adjustable. If you can't hand it to Hopper, that's fine. You can just keep that on your mini workstation if you wanted to.
Okay. All right, Kate, Soichi, do we have a published? I've got the cover in the MLI, Hopper. Okay, you've got it. Soichi.
All right, Ike, we're with you.
We have a published.
For a Kolka back-off maneuver, affirm.
Okay, you have a go to GCA to publish.
GCA to publish.
And Hopper, can you see the cover? I got you. Okay, you're clear. Clear clearance all around.
Arms in motion.
Motion. I concur. All right, Ike, I think you're well clear.
All right, guys, we're going to switch it up here a little bit. While I give you the big picture, we'll take a glove check and HAB check from both of you, and then I'll just explain you what we're going to do. Hopper will have you go back to the crew lock bag. There's a wire tie caddy in there that you can retrieve, and once you have the wire tie caddy, then we'll get you to go into the Papos connector panel, where you'll be mating P1 and P2, and then wire tying them in place. For you, Ike, we're going to skip going down to Bartolomeo, so we'll essentially have you going straight to the covered jettison position.
And very quick, Ike, you're in the published position.
Okay, Andy, I copy. And Kate, Soichi, how copy?
We copy. This is a published location.
Yep. So with the next thing, okay, Andy, can you say that one more time for me?
So for you, so Kate and Soichi should already have the words. Essentially, we're taking you straight to the jettison position now.
Okay, now I'm not picking up any, picking up the cap keepers and things, still, or just straight to jettison? Oh, that's right, never mind. Okay, all right, I'm ready. Hopper, you need to come? Do not. I'm getting the wire tie caddy out of crew lock bag 1, and then going to the Papos connector panel. Copy, Andy, are you ready?
Yeah, so just for you, while you're doing the fly to the jettison position, you can retrieve the temporary MLI and the adjustable, and also the large, small adjustable, and so both of them on your mini workstation.
Temporary MLI and the adjustable, large, small adjustable, and what else?
There should also be a small, small adjustable holding the temporary MLI together in a bundle.
I'll do that in route. Luigi and Kate, you have a go. GCA to publish.
Copy, stand by, getting ready for the maneuver you to the cover jettison location.
Copy that. And Kate verified that step 8.5 is complete.
Drew, that's a negative. We are not doing Bartolomeo clamps in step 8.5.
And that's affirmative, Kate, but the setup to get us into the maneuver for moving on is part of step 8.5, so we still need you to complete that.
Copy, step 8.5 is in work.
Houston copies, thanks.
Hey, Andy, question for you.
Copy. And just for your awareness, in order to get to the covered jettison position, we need to take you down to the Bartolomeo position. You won't be doing anything down there. We just need to fly you there in order to get you to the covered jettison position.
Yeah, that's fine. Hey, for the MLI, it's just the piece that wrapped around the bottom, right? The rest of the MLI on the cover stays on the cover?
That's affirmative. And we'd love...
I have the large, small adjustable and the small, small adjustable and the temporary MLI on my mini workstation.
Excellent, thank you. And when you get a second, we'd love a glove check and hab check.
And if you want, have a dry half, good gloves. No change.
Copy that, Hopper.
Perfect. We're starting the maneuver to Bartolomeo position. What's in motion?
Motion. Continue.
Now 4 hours and 11 minutes into today's spacewalk, which began at 5:28 a.m. Central Time, NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover have encountered issues mating the cable connections to the Bartolomeo Science Platform. They were able to soft dock the connections and could move the connector lever approximately halfway to closed, but could not get the lever to move all the way to the mated position. The team in Mission Control worked at troubleshooting for these connectors, in which Hopkins will wire tie the connectors, and following this, he'll head to the airlock to grab supplies for the next portion of the spacewalk, which will occur at the P6 truss. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Victor Glover is working to jettison the Kolka or Columbus Ka band antenna cover, which was placed in order to protect the Kolka antenna during installation. Kolka was installed by Hopkins and Glover earlier in today's spacewalk. Because the cover is no longer needed, it will be jettisoned by Glover on the Canadarm2. Following this, he'll meet up with Hopkins at the airlock and head to P6.
From the wire tie caddy, and going to try to tie down the lever to the nearest handrail to prevent it from popping up.
Okay, I copy. P1 to J1.
Copy P1 to J1.
Tim, no fog. DMI band.
Copy.
Station for Robo, now on the step 9. How about question monitor 2?
You have to go to GCA to publish.
We're in a brief expected handover between satellites and will regain communication and visual of the crew shortly.
Okay, Andy, I'm working a wire tie.
Copy. So is that wire tie going down to 0943?
For the lab, starboard.
943.
Switch, I missed your last, but it looks like you guys figured out you need to go into standby to load the parameters for step 9.
We are just talking about losing the camera parameter, but now we just got it. Thank you. On the monitor 2.
Okay, copy that.
And Ike almost done with Like almost done with the configuration. There was a lot of reconfig here. We're setting you up for the cover jettison. This is going to be the very long 4-minute maneuver for the big cover jettison position.
You pretty
EB2 M1 com check.
broke up with you. Can you hear you?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, Ike, you're coming in broken to none. EV1 M1 com check.
And M1, I've got you loud and clear, and I've got Ike loud and clear.
Okay, we're having problems hearing Ike up here.
Hopper, I've got you loud and clear. I heard what Kate said. Okay, he said, I heard what he said, Kate, and he's ready to go.
All right, Hopper, and we did copy Ike's last call. So, Ike, we've got good comm with you again. Maybe that was a mic boom.
I heard that. That broke up pretty good for me. I heard it all. Okay, it broke up for me. Okay.
Yeah, Hopper, that looks really good in your helmet cam.
That feels tight. I'll give it a little right here and see.
All right, Ike, we've got everything loaded, and if you're ready, we will start motion.
Okay, you are go for motion. You broke up, Kate, but he's go for motion.
And Hopper, let's just riff before we do this big joke cast. Are we all comfortable with this? I don't have active comm to Ike right now.
And did you hear that? Okay, he heard you on that one, Kate.
All right, Hopper, if you and the team are okay with you acting as a relay, we're go for motion. Just want to make sure everybody's good with this on the ground.
And
Yeah, we didn't hear Ike's last call either. Ike, how do you read me?
have you loud and clear, how me? I said he had you loud and clear, Andy.
Yeah, I copied Ike. He came in very broken, though.
Andy, we're a little bit hesitant to bring him to the jettison position in this configuration. We need a clear direct communication with him.
Yeah, we understand, Sweetie. We're just discussing stuff.
Hopper, will you ask her if there's an intermediate position or if it goes straight to the jettison location? Okay.
Ike, we did copy that call.
If it just maybe a location I'm in?
Yeah, we haven't. We've been in this kind of similar to this location before, and we haven't had comm problems. But we do not have an intermediate position. We go directly to the back-off position. How are you copying my comm? We didn't hear any call from Mike Hopper.
He said 3x5 and copy no intermediate.
Houston, we're still here waiting for a call from you guys.
Yeah, we're looking over the data.
station, Houston, for Big Picture for RoboOps. We're going to give you a go to proceed with the maneuver. We feel like this is probably a blockage issue. We'll use relay comm if we need to. The final position for the jettison is a better location for us if we need to somehow get off the arm or move from that position back to the structure. So we're going to give a go for that maneuver right now, and you can check comm on the way to verify that we're going to get that back. And if at any point you're uncomfortable with that, you can use the pause button and we can talk about it.
Okay, copy all. We'll continue with the maneuver. We'll use Hopper as a relay if we need to. We'll check comm on the way during the maneuver. So, Ike, if you're prepared to give us some talking as you're headed out there so we know that we have positive confirmation of comm, I will put the maneuver in work.
Copy all. You have a go.
And we copy your go.
And Ike arms in motion.
Motion.
So, Ike, if you're needing...
Motion, continue. Motion, continue.
And Ike, we copy.
Good.
And Ike, if you need...
Motion, continue.
Ike, if you need another topic to talk about, we'll take a glove inspection and hab check from you.
Yeah, I'm using one of my hands right now. My hab is dry.
All right, Hopper, I think you got P1 connected, right, and wire tied.
Affirmative.
Okay, you can mate P2 and wire tie that in the same manner, please.
How you doing, Ike? Doing well? All right. Steady read.
Copy, Ike.
Okay, good. Motion, continue.
Copy.
NASA astronaut Victor Glover now on the Canada Arm 2, being controlled by NASA astronaut Kate Rubins inside the space station.
Copy. I'm in no rush. Let's keep it burn.
Keeping it in burn.
NASA astronaut Victor Glover will be on the Canada Arm 2 as he jettisons the Kolka cover. Again, the Kolka is the Columbus Ka band antenna, and it had a cover on it which was removed a short time ago. The cover is no longer needed as it was used to protect the antenna during install, and because of this, it will soon be jettisoned.
Good, Ike? Doing great.
And we copy, Ike.
Good motion. Continue.
Ike. And Ike, almost there. Motion should be ramping out soon.
B2 copy. Thanks.
Let me copy your copy.
I copy. Your copy is my copy. Copy, copy.
Giving me a warm feeling to hear your voice. All right, you're in position.
Okay. Are there brakes or anything for this, or we just GCA complete?
Do not see a brakes on in the robo procedure, so we'll just call that GCA complete.
GCA complete. All right, Andy. Copy, Mandy?
Yeah, sorry, I copy. You are in the jettison position. So just one last time, I want to confirm that you have the large small adjustable, the small adjustable, and the temporary MOI on your mini workstation.
All of those are ready to my mini workstation.
Excellent. We are then ready to jettison the cover. So to jettison, main direction is at, but we also want you to jettison about 30 degrees nadir of structure.
Degrees nadir of structure, copy.
Stand by before I give you the final go to jettison.
Stand by.
All right, Ike, you have a go, so you can release your RET from the temporary cover and then jettison in the aft and 30 degrees nadir direction.
Okay, BRT RET is back to my workstation. Got two hands on the cover. Show myself facing aft, like the radiators, 30 degrees or so down, underneath progress.
This view of NASA astronaut Victor Glover as he prepares to jettison the Kolka or Columbus Ka band antenna as it is no longer needed.
Okay, here we go. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Is away. Kolka cover is jettisoned.
And with that, the Kolka cover has been jettisoned.
Throw. We saw it up here.
And copy on board ISS as well.
So, Ike, you can work with Kate and Suichi to take you to the ESP2 back-off position.
All right, and I have good gloves, no change, Andy. They still look brand new.
Excellent. How's the hab?
Hab is still dry.
Excellent.
Hey, Hopper, good for me to start GCA? Hopper? Andy, what do you got for me at this point? I got T1 and T2 are mated, wire tied.
You see that in your WBS? It looks really good. We'd like you to cap P3 and P4 and J3 and J4. So cap the cables and also cap the connectors on Columbus, please. And then after that, you can retrieve the white cap keeper, the black cap keeper, and the wire tie caddy that's there with you, and return to crew lock bag 1, and then clean up the gap spanner as well and put that back in crew lock bag 1.
Okay, I copy that and work. Good for GCA now? Ready? Hey, you have a go to GCA to published.
The GCA to publish, we're taking you back to ESP.
As you just saw, NASA astronaut Victor Glover jettison the Kolka or Columbus Ka band antenna cover, which was removed earlier by Hopkins and Glover. This cover was no longer needed, and with the Kolka cover removed, European Space Control counterparts in Cologne can confirm good operation of the Kolka heaters. The teams have determined that the 4 Bartolomeo connectors are achieving a good electrical mate, but are physically prevented from locking in place. Hopkins is working to mate 2 of the 4 Bartolomeo power connectors and is applying wire ties to prevent them from being able to back out. He will demate and cap the remaining 2 connectors, and the final configuration will provide 0 fault-tolerant power to Bartolomeo.
Not a whole lot of reference out here, so I'll trust you for now.
I can confirm it is good motion.
All right, sweet. Good motion. All right, I see ESP2 getting closer. Motion continue.
Copy, continuing.
And Hopper.
And we just received confirmation that the Kolka heater is up and running, and the heater is now in good shape following the removal of the cover.
Same issue. That it won't go over center.
Yeah, we saw that, and it leads us to believe that something's wrong with those connectors, since they were never capped before either. They came from the dummy connectors on Bartolomeo.
Roger.
This helmet cam view from NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins as he continues to apply wire ties to the Bartolomeo connectors.
We're done with the big maneuver, so let me know when you're good for the GCA to APFR egress.
Have a go. Hopper, you good comm-wise? Good comm. Or go for APFR egress position.
Okay, copy, go for APFR egress.
And Hopper, are those the caps from the white cap keeper?
They are.
Okay, just want to double check, because there's a black cap keeper there as well, but it should be the white one, the white cap keeper.
Roger. Okay, got that one. Motion, continue.
Good motion.
And Andy, which ones do you recommend for T3 and T4?
Stand by. We're just discussing.
Roger.
And Ike, there's your published. Let us know if you need any more.
GCA is complete.
Copy, GCA complete.
One brakes on before I get out, or?
And the brakes on, go for APFR egress.
Copy, hopping out. All right, Kate, I think you got another one for an APFR removal?
Affirmative.
All right. A good visual?
All right, copy.
Hey, Ike,
There we go.
just a second. We recommend you do a safety tether swap before, if you haven't done that already.
My yellow hook is a little far away, so I'd like it to be a little closer. I'm not going to take the APFR out, but my yellow hook will be closer to me for the...
Okay, understand. Yep, no problem. Understand.
Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, and I copy your go.
Now 4 hours and 43 minutes into today's spacewalk. Again, the Kolka or Columbus KA band antenna heater is up and running, and the heater is in good shape. The Kolka will enable an independent high bandwidth communication link to European ground stations.
Good motion.
Copy, good motion. position on 3 for robo. We're still missing the camera data, monitor 2 for 24.
And we're working it down here. You're going to lose the camera for a sec. We're going to deroute, reroute, and you should get it back.
Hey, can I jump in the comm real quick for Hopper?
You got it.
Hey.
Motion. Stop motion, that's good. GCA complete.
Copy, GCA complete. Stand by for the brakes. Brakes are on, and go for ABFR.
Hey, Hopper, real quick. If you could put a cap on P3 and P4, we'd appreciate it. We know it doesn't go on fully, so if you could take a long wire tie and use that to secure the cap to P3 and P4, we'd appreciate it.
Roger, will do. Okay, Andy, my green hook is locked to my red reel. It's locked. I'm now unlocking the green reel.
Just a second, Ike. And Hopper, just for awareness, the 3 twists on the wire tie need to go on the lever side.
Roger that. And which ones am I using, off of white or black? Hey, Ike.
We have no preference.
Copy.
All right, I'm back with you. Ready for the safety tether swap.
Yeah, it didn't work. My green hook is locked to my red reel. I've got it unlocked now, and my red is off of that. I sure have a good safety chain through my red hook load alleviating strap. My right D-ring extender, which is locked, gate closed, sliders locked back on black. So if you think that's a good config, I'm ready to take my yellow hook off the arm.
Yep, that sounds good. So you can pick up your yellow hook and close and lock it on your green reel.
Work. And Andy?
Yeah, we see that, Hopper.
Just got it over center.
Anything particular happened, or any words?
I have no idea. You saw what I did earlier. I had it in a closed and locked position and was just trying to make sure there was, it was the same internal diameter size. And then I pulled it back out, and that read it normally. All right, Andy, my yellow hook is locked on my green reel. Green reel's unlocked, my red reel's unlocked. My green hook is locked to my red reel. Red hook load alleviating strap is locked on my D-ring extender.
Excellent. Sounds like a good config. So you can remove the APFR, or if you need to get better access, you can GCA it into a better position.
I'll remove it from here. Okay, Kate, I've got the APFR out of the with adapter. You have a go to the next publisher.
Copy. Next published will be a back-off position.
Have a go. Okay, Andy, where's this APFR going?
It's going in WIF 5, where you took it from, with a clocking of 6.
Hey, since I messed this up once, which way should it be pointing? Zenith or nadir?
And arms are now motion for the back-off.
I've got good visual, and you have a go. Motion.
Thank you. Good motion.
And the boot plate should be pointing zenith.
Thank you.
All right, Andy, no joy on the next one. I don't know what I did.
APFR installed on WIF 5. Good full twist test. Black on black.
Hey,
Well, if you can look at the go ahead, Andy.
hey, Ike, I'm really sorry. I gave you bad info there. It needs to be, the boot plate needs to be pointing nadir. I'm sorry.
No worries. More practice for me. Got a right back on it.
Andy, I don't know if you guys can go back and look at the video from 10 minutes ago and see if I did something different.
Yeah, our motion is complete. Thanks for flying Rubens Express.
I will be a repeat customer on Rubens Express. Thank you, guys. Great working with you.
I'm going to go take some photos of you now.
Full service. Andy, it's in boot plate pointing nadir, pull and twist test.
Copy. All right, Ike, when you're happy, you can translate back to the airlock.
Okay, a couple things to clean up right here, but I will do that shortly.
Andy, give me some big picture words here. Are we leaving Bartolomeo as it is right now? We didn't redo all those clamps or anything.
Yep, that's affirmed. We're going to leave Bartolomeo. So for you, we'll ask you to clean up the crew lock bag. So grab the white and black cap keepers, the wire tie caddy, stow that back in the crew lock bag, retrieve the gap spanner, stow that back in the crew lock bag, and then you can grab the crew lock bag and head back to the airlock as well. Then we'll do P6 H fixtures, and at the very end, we may come back to the Bartolomeo platform to clean up.
Okay, I copy.
And Hopper, we see excellent job on wire tying that cap in the video. Looks good to us.
Okay, I am getting the cap keepers and heading back to the crew lock bag. Okay, I've got the extra adjustables and the MLI cover. I'm going to work on my safety tether here as I head back to the airlock.
Hey, Ike, stand by just a second.
Stand by. On the port side of ESP2, excuse me, starboard side of ESP2.
Yeah, copy. I just wanted to double check the APFR settings, that the other ones were good as well.
I didn't change them. Papa 6.
Okay, if you didn't change them, then yep, that's perfect. If you didn't change them, Papa Fox 6 is good.
Well, I changed it to get out of there. I was kind of trapped in the corner. But I put it back to the way it was. Papa Fox 6.
Excellent. Thank you.
Continue back to the airlock.
Yep, you can head back to the airlock.
All right, I'm back at the crew lock, or the crew lock bag. Gonna stow everything.
Andy, I'm back at the crew lock.
Copy, Ike, you're back at the crew lock. Just a second, Hopper. If you could just take a look back towards the Papos connector panel and just have a look at the cables, if the routing looks good, if you're comfortable with everything, or if we need to tack anything down more.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and put the stuff in the crew lock bag, and then I'll go back and do that.
Copy.
Yeah, I'm at the crew lock.
And Ike, you can take a 1 or 2 minute break while we just get some words up to you. Stand by.
Sitting by.
All right, Ike, you can open the thermal cover, and then you can stow the MOI and the small adjustable and the small adjustable in the crew lock, and then you can retrieve crew lock bag number 2 and crew lock bag number 3. You can temp stow number 2 outside. It goes to Hopper when he gets back.
Okay. Yes, I copy that plan. I'll work on the MLI, and thermal cover is open.
Copy.
Now nearly 5 hours into today's spacewalk, which began at 5:28 a.m. Central Time. The crew first took out the Kolka or Columbus Ka band antenna from the crew lock and brought it with them to the Columbus module. There, they removed bolts on the Columbus panels in order to install the Kolka, and then Kolka was installed and secured to the Columbus module. Following this, NASA astronaut Victor Glover routed Kolka cables, and the duo headed to the Bartolomeo science platform.
And that's attached to a mutt.
NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins completed Bartolomeo cable mating, but was unable to fully lock down the cables, and so has wire tied them in place. He's now performing cleanup of the area.
That's, the integral's attached to the D-ring. One end is attached.
Hopkins also removed clamps holding cabling in place on the Bartolomeo platform, and removed another set of cabling and routed it to an antenna on Bartolomeo.
That's where the wire tie caddy came from, I think, right?
The crew then removed a cover off the Kolka, which was installed to protect the antenna during installation, and because the cover was no longer needed, it was jettisoned. Glover then translated back to the airlock and is now configuring bags that will be needed for the next part of the spacewalk, which will occur out at the P6 truss. The final task of the day will be to remove a H-fixture, which is a robotic interface that is no longer needed. The crew will remove 4 bolts and work together to remove the plate from the structure. This will open up 4 attach points that will be used for future solar array power system upgrades. And we did receive good words that the Kolka heater is now up and running and receiving data.
7 caps.
Copy.
Got a ret attached to a small trash bag. Got a ret attached to a white cat keeper. That has 2 of the plugs and 1-2 caps. And then it's attached also to an adjustable. And that adjustable has the wire tie caddy. And then it's also attached to the black cap keeper. It has 1, 2, 3, 4. It has 4 caps on it. Outside of the bag are 2 adjustable small. And then I also have 1 large small ret that's attached to a D-ring inside.
Yep, I think that's everything. Sounds like a good inventory. So just the gap spanner is missing.
The gap spanner is missing, and the camera is sitting on a handrail, and I'll put that on me because I'll need it for each fixture.
Copy.
All right, now I got to put all this back in the bag. Okay, bag is closed up. Want to get the gap spanner.
As a reminder, you can submit your questions to us today using the hashtag AskNASA, and we'll be answering them live on air. This split view of our two spacewalkers today. On the right, you have NASA astronaut Victor Glover's helmet cam. He's currently in the airlock configuring some crew lock bags for the next portion of today's spacewalk. And on the left, you have Mike Hopkins, who's working to translate and make his way back to the airlock to join Glover. Once the two meet up at the airlock, they'll work to translate to the P6 truss, in which they'll be removing an H fixture, which is no longer needed.
Yeah, up to your right. And the airlock, just do it, the MLI and adjustables in the large, small, and the small, small, and grabbing the crew lock bags for us. Thought maybe you were getting a snack. I wish. At snack time? It is definitely snack time. I would have thought that Air Rubens would have had snacks in the airlock. Just this kind of an event.
We thought that might be mean to show you guys food from this side of the window. We have snacks for you later. Don't worry.
Roger. The question is, does Reagan have bacon up here? Oh, man. That one we've got to figure out. Yeah.
You heard the crew joking about wanting bacon and snacks during this spacewalk. After nearly 5 hours in a spacewalk of grueling work, you would be hungry. While the crew does not have food inside this spacesuit, they do have an in-suit drink bag, which is a plastic water-filled pouch, which attaches to the inside of the suit using Velcro, which they are able to bite down and drink during the spacewalk.
Okay, I back the crew lock bag. Gonna put the gap spanner in. Awesome. Coming out of the crew lock now, trying to fill both of our crew lock bags. Roger.
Station Houston on 3 for camera routing. We'd like, if you guys are okay with it, to take the cameras and use them to take a look at the port work site.
Absolutely, cameras are all yours.
Houston, copy, thanks.
And Drew, I don't know if you guys were downlinking the airlock camera, but there was a cool shot of Ike coming out, so I've moved the airlock camera to the window if you guys are interested.
Okay, we'll try to take a look.
And Andy, crew lock bag 1 now includes a gap spanner.
Excellent. And I think you said a camera was on the handrail, so once you grab that, then you can grab the crew lock bag and head back to the airlock.
I'm going to go turn around and take a look at the config of the cables real quick, right?
Yep, that's right. Yeah.
As a reminder, we are taking your questions today using the hashtag AskNASA. We did have one come in where someone wanted to know how the astronauts carry the tools they need during the spacewalk. You actually just saw a great view of the mini workstation, which is kind of like a backpack that the crew members use in order to carry all their supplies. It has the tethers and all the other necessary equipment that they need during the spacewalk.
Okay, camera is now attached to my swing arm and my NWS.
Hey, Ike. We wanted to give you an offer of doing the airlock hatch pin, pip pin R&R activity, which is one of the get-aheads while you're waiting for Hopper to get back. Just wanted to know what you think about starting on that.
Happy to help. Let me know what I need to do. That's crew lock bag 4, right?
That's affirm. Yep. So you can go ahead and grab crew lock bag number 4.
One to get 4. 2 and 3 attempts still on the circular handrail.
Copy.
SC4. Okay, Andy. The only thing I could be doing here is, potentially just using that long wire tie and kind of finishing up the cleanup here on the wire ties. But if you guys aren't worried about the big loops floating around. I could put one twist on it and then easy to get out when.
Yeah, Hopper. The main worry is from Robo. So if we could get the cables as flush to Columbus without any kind of loops sticking up, that'd probably be best.
Okay. I'll go.
While NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins translates to the airlock, NASA astronaut Victor Glover is going to work on a get-ahead task involving an airlock hatch pip pin R&R. Essentially what he's going to do during this procedure is remove a broken pin in the airlock and replace it with a new functioning pin.
The new pip pin, the EVA scissors, and then a trash bag, which I think you have on your mini workstation.
Correct.
And And so the new pip pin and the EVA scissors should be on one side of the divider in the Kulak bag number 4.
Yeah, I see them, and they are on the same side of the divider. Should I do this from inside the airlock or outside?
Yeah, it's sort of half in, half out, whatever you think is the best position to give you access. So the first step would be to remove the old pit pin and then to insert the new pit pin.
Copy. Okay, Andy, I'm down near the pit pins. You want to give me a talk on?
Copy.
Stand by for a talk on.
Yeah, stand by.
And we just received word that the two cables that have been connected to the Bartolomeo External Research Science Platform appear to be providing good electrical continuity and power as the crew presses ahead toward removing the H fixture on the P6 truss. This view from NASA astronaut Victor Glover's helmet cam as he works on a get-ahead task in order to remove and replace a broken pip pin inside the airlock.
Hey, Andy, got one more loop.
Copy, Hopper. Ike. So it's the pit pin with the loose lanyard should be on the forward hinge, and it should be pointing aft.
Okay, hold on for a second. I just let the bag go back into the screw lock of accident. A second.
Hey Hopper, we have an excellent camera view. That looks really good. We're happy with those cables.
Okay, I got some more quick wire tie here, and I'll be moving on my way. One of them seems quite a bit longer than the others. The one on top, I don't know if that's for design or not, but see in the views. Quite a bit extra loop. Okay, so it's going to have one loop. You okay with that? It's kind of sticking up. You want me to try and get those?
That looks excellent, Hopper. We're happy with that. That loop is where the other connectors are, so we don't think that'll be a problem.
Okay. Back to crew lock bag one and the airlock. Okay, Andy, I'm ready.
Okay, so it should be the forward hinge.
Forward hinge.
And then there should be a pit pin pointing aft on that forward hinge, so towards the middle of the airlock.
Ellie?
And it should have a loose lanyard.
Removing that one.
Yeah, you just grabbed it with your right hand.
So, that one is the one I believe you were talking about, but I don't see any loose lanyard. The lanyard looks normal.
So we think the detent is broken. So does it pit pin just kind of freely come out? And you can try to pull on the pit pin itself.
I can't tell if I'm pulling the part that's supposed to make it release, but that's why I was pulling the lanyard. I don't think it just comes out, but when I pull the pit pin part, supposed to make it release, it comes out. It slid out about an eighth of an inch before it actually started to come out. So.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. So it's behaving like it should.
I think so.
Hey, Ike, will you give us an inspection of the other 3 pit pins? So there should be 4 in total. So just kind of pull on all 4 of them just to see if any of them pop out.
Work. the aft hinge, aft pin lanyard is kind of wrapped around the hinge, so that one I'm not able to do much with. Lanyard's kind of holding it in place. The pip portion of it seems to still have some spring to it, and I don't know if it's, can't pull it to see if it's engaged or not though, because the lanyard's holding it down so tightly. Forward pin on the aft hinge is fine. Forward pin on the forward hinge seems fine too.
Copy. It sounds like we might have 4 good pip pins. Give us a second to discuss.
V2.
Hey Ike, could you go back to the first pip pin? So the forward hinge pip pin pointing aft, the one that we checked initially, and just try to pull on the pip pin itself, not the lanyard. We just want to double check because that's the one that was reported broken.
Okay, I just want to, so you can see, I'll make sure to emphasize this, but it's a pip pin, so there's a part of it that you pull to make it come out. And I'm trying to not pull on that part to make sure that it's staying in when it's supposed to. Right? That's not, you don't want me to just release it nominally like a pip pin. You're supposed to. Correct?
Yeah, that's right, exactly. We don't want you to depress the little plunger on top. We just want to try to pull without disengaging the detent.
Yeah. Okay, well the plunger is like the whole top portion, so it's really easy to grab the plunger part. Okay, I don't know if you can see it in my video. So this entire part, the cross portion, moves, and if I pull that, it comes right out. That's the pipping part. So I've been pulling on the cable, the lanyard, but I'm not pulling on the pin. I'm tugging it pretty good, guys. I am pulling hard on this thing. If it was loose, it would slide out. If I pull on the pip portion, it will come out. That's what I would expect to happen. Could you see that?
Yeah, we see and we understand. Just a second.
How's it going, Hopper? Good. I'm on my way back, heading towards my green hook.
Now, nearly 5.5 hours into today's spacewalk, which began at 5:28 a.m. Central Time. Again, we did receive word that the 2 cables that have been connected to Bartolomeo appear to be providing good electrical continuity and power. However, the 3rd cable was not yet able to be connected and is secured via wire tie and temporarily capped off. Because of this, Bartolomeo is not yet functional. Glover continues to work a get-ahead task to replace a swap out of a broken pin in the airlock. Following this, the crew will press ahead toward removing the H fixture on the P6 truss.
All right. All right, Ike, thanks for standing by. So we believe, based on your reporting, that we have a good pip pin, so no need to change out a good pip pin. So you can stow everything back in crew lock bag 4 and stow crew lock bag 4 back in the airlock.
Okay, in work. Good work, Ike.
Station on Space to Ground
Yeah,
3.
I got my
I
green
popped
hook.
the camera card in and recorded the whole pin thing.
Copy.
So you guys get the view from this side as well.
Okay, copy. Thanks for that, Kate.
Sure thing.
All right, Andy. Lock 4 has the EVA scissors and spare pit pin back inside, and crew lock back 4 is in the crew lock.
Copy. Sounds good. So next for you, you can attach your waist tether to the airlock waist tether, and then make sure all hooks are closed and locked, and we'll get ready to set up the slingshot.
Got the waist tether going down inside the airlock. All right, coming up the last step. Good job. Top of the seat is for happy working on putting my waist tether. That's it. Waist tether in the crew lock.
Next up for our spacewalking duo, they'll head out to the portmost section of the space station's truss. They'll head out to P6 in order to remove an H fixture, which is not needed on the solar arrays. The H fixture is a robotic interface that again is no longer needed. This plate is secured by 4 bolts and will be released by both crew members, who will then continue working together to remove the plate from the structure. This will open up 4 attach points that will be used for future solar array power system upgrades.
Have the 2 big hooks together locked, they'll close black on black with good pull test. And that small hook from that waist tether is wrapped around my VGT. And the small hook is locked to my right D-ray spindle.
All right, that sounds like a good config. And I see Hopper's back at the airlock, so Hopper, you can set up the slingshot. Well, first of all, you can temp stow crew lock bag number 1 on the airlock circular handrail, or you can hand it into Ike and he can stow it in the airlock.
I'm going to go with option 2. All right, at your feet, Ike. Okay, I see it. My SCU is in the way. Okay. Can you go in a little farther? Got it. Okay. And if you want to attach, oh no, you've already got them outside. Oh, nice.
Yeah, so for you, Hopper, you can set up the slingshot. So Ike sounds like he's connected to the airlock waist tether, so you can remove Ike's anchor hook, safety tether anchor hook, and attach it to your red reel.
Roger. Didn't work. Okay, crew lock one bag, crew lock one, crew lock bag. One is connected to the airlock. Ready for your red bag? Yeah. Okay. And your BRT red is coming out. Okay.
The first step in preparing to remove the H fixture from the P6 truss involves a slingshot setup. This requires the astronauts to combine tethers because they're so far out on the space station. This technique was actually developed when the shuttle was being built, when the shuttle was building the International Space Station. Because the space station got to a point that it was getting so large, they needed quite a bit longer of a distance from the airlock.
I'm taking your anchor hook. Got it. Tether to the airlock waist tether. That's it. Okay, it is now attached to my red hook, Velcro, starter lock, black on black, and a good pull test.
Copy. You can pick up your own safety tether anchor hook and stow it on your mini workstation.
Copy. Hey, what, before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and get my crew lock bag. That's all right.
Yep, so you're picking up crew lock bag number 2.
I believe that's the one on your side. It is. It's got that crazy tube. Yeah. You do me a favor? I can, yeah. You see my safer handles? I see your left safer handle is down. You rotate, and the right safer handle is down. Hand controller is in.
The crew continuing to work together to set up the P6 slingshot setup for the P6H fixture removal. A short time ago, NASA astronaut Victor Glover was working on a get-ahead task in the airlock to remove and replace a pip pin. However, he did not believe that it was broken, and after the ground consulted with him, they agreed. So teams have now decided not to perform the pip pin as it is unnecessary.
Yeah, good question. If I'm hurt, I can take it.
Or you can leave the large small if you want.
Okay. I'm leaving it behind then. There's a large small on the airlock, the circular handrail.
We just need to be able to close the thermal cover, right?
Yeah.
We're in a brief expected handover between satellites and will regain visuals and communications with the crew shortly. As a reminder, based on updated guidance, teams in Mission Control will now wear masks at all times while on console and supporting mission operations, except for brief periods of time to eat or drink, as am I during today's spacewalk coverage.
Copy. Okay, I am ready to go.
All right, you can translate to P1, mile marker 9150.
Roger that, and I take it I am not getting the APFR.
No, we're going to skip that. So you can, as long as you've got crew log bag number 2 with you, then you can translate out to mile marker 9150. You're looking for handrail 3652.
Copy.
And Ike, if you haven't done so already, you can put crew log bag number 3 on your BRT.
Bag 3 on my BRT.
This view of NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins outside of the airlock as he works to set up the slingshot.
Close the thermal cover.
Over my waist setter.
Yeah, your waist tether will be coming through, that's right. But so if you want, you can leave it open or half close it.
If it's fine to close out, I'll shut it. Thermal cover's closed.
Thank you. And Ike, while you wait, we'll take a glove inspection and have check.
Copy, stand by.
And copy, Hopper, you're at the port Cedar cart.
Yeah.
You just heard the call for a glove and hap check. These checks are done regularly throughout the spacewalk. The glove check ensures that there is not any damage during the spacewalk on the gloves. And the HAP stands for Helmet Absorption Pad, and the astronauts check to ensure nothing is leaking and the inside of the suit is remaining dry.
Andy, my hat is dry, my gloves still look new.
Good news, thank you.
Okay, Andy, I'm at passing 8970 on the mile marker.
Copy. So you're heading to 9150, look for handrail 3652. Or 3651.
Copy. Okay, I got 3652 and 3651.
All right, so you can put your own anchor hook on handrail 3651.
Copy and work. Okay, ED1 anchor hook is to 3651, bail close out of lock, black on black, good full test. See, bail is unlocked on the green. Some words on the red.
All right, sounds good. So you
So red is unlocked, and I got a yellow hook that's happy.
Excellent, that's good config. So you can tether to Ike's anchor hook via his safety tether cable, and then you can attach his anchor hook to 3652.
Copy and work. There's in place. Okay, ED2 anchor hook is attached to 3652, bell close out of lock, black on black. Good full test. Like your go to release your waist tether. Copy.
All right, Hopper, at this point we'll take a glove inspection and hab check from you, please.
Copy and work.
And big picture for both of you, we're going to go out to P6.
No change.
Go ahead with your, yep, and your hab.
Yes. No change to the gloves and the dry hat.
All right, sounds good. So just big picture, we're going to go out do P6 H fixture removal, and that's probably going to be it for today. We don't see a point in going back out to Columbus or Bartolomeo. We don't think we'll have enough in case we have to do troubleshooting out there again.
Okay. ED2. E1.
So, Hopper, you can...
Okay, the waist tether back is back in the airlock on the internal circular D-ring. Egressing and shutting the thermal cover. Thermal cover is closed.
And big picture...
Headed your way, Hopper. Roger.
So big picture, we estimate that you'll be done with the H fixture task at about PT of 6.5 hours, and then we'll use the last half hour or so to get back inside. If you guys agree with that.
You want to? Me too. Headed up to see the spur.
Copy. And Hopper, you're heading out to P6 long spacer. You're looking for handrail 5311. That's on the keel side.
5311. Okay.
And just a reminder to on length.
I'm under the port feeder cart.
Gauntlets are good for EV1.
Copy gauntlets and
I'll check
copy
them when I
Ike.
get out there toward the Sarge, and I'm on phase 1. All right, Andy, I'm on phase 1 heading for it.
Copy, and you're also heading out to the P6 long spacer. You're looking for handrail 5309 for your green hook.
5309. My gauntlets are in place.
Copy.
My safety tether cable is hooked on something further starboard. I'm heading backward. Figure it out.
Copy, Ike.
Hey, Andy, I think I'm at where I need to at zenith.
All right. It decided to do its own poor man's fair lead. I've got my safety tether reels, and I'm headed back port.
Yep. Copy all, Ike. And some more good news, the 4 out of 6 cables that we were able to mate at the Papa's connector panel, they all seem to be good. So at least we got partially connected to Bartolomeo.
That is good. Hey.
Awesome, awesome. All right, I just touch Hopper.
Yeah. Okay, Andy, I'm at 5311. Ready to drop my green hook.
Copy. Yep, you're dropping your green hook there, and then you're heading out to the BGA-H fixture and stowing your crew lock bag on the mass canister handrail.
Yeah. All right, I just passed the safety tether anchors, heading port. What handrail is yours on, Hopper?
Where you'll see it's just right above where you'll see my safety tethers going up.
Yeah, Ike, you're looking for 5309.
Copy 5309.
Now approaching the 6-hour mark into today's spacewalk. This is the 233rd spacewalk in support of assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. So far today, NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover have worked together to remove the Kolka or Columbus Ka band antenna from the airlock and work together to bring it to the Columbus module of the space station. They then removed bolts on the Columbus panels and installed Kolka. They then worked together to secure the Kolka to the Columbus module. Following that, Glover routed Kolka cables, and we have received word that Kolka is up and running and working as it should be. The duo then headed to the Bartolomeo External Science Payload platform and worked to route cables to Bartolomeo. 2 of the cables that have been connected to Bartolomeo appear to be providing good electrical continuity and power. However, the 3rd cable was not able to be connected and is currently secured via wire tie and temporarily capped off. Because of this, Bartolomeo is not yet functional. However, the current configuration of Bartolomeo is in a safe configuration, and the teams will continue to troubleshoot after today's spacewalk. The crew then removed a cover off of the Kolka, which was installed to protect the antenna during installation. Because the cover was no longer needed, it was then jettisoned. The final task of the day is to remove an H fixture from the P6 truss. The H fixture is a robotic interface that is no longer needed. The crew is currently heading out to the P6 truss, where they will remove 4 bolts and will work together to remove the plate from the structure. Doing so will open up 4 attach points that will be used for future solar array power system upgrades.
And for me, V1, I'm good, thanks. V2's good. And I'm at 5309. Confirm that's where it's at. Green hook, Andy?
That's affirm.
Work. And Andy, I'm at 4 Bravo.
Copy. So you can stow your crew lock bag on the
edge.
mass canister handrail.
Roger.
And Hopper, once you've temp stowed your crew lock bag, you can retrieve the plier set and the combo wrench.
Roger. All right, Andy. Board station to 5309, green hook, and my green reel is unlocked.
Copy. You can head out to the H fixture worksite and stow your crew lock bag on the mass canister handrail.
Copy, heading out. There's the H fixture. Hi-ho. Right, Andy, I'm at the mass canister.
All right. You can stow your...
Is mine more inboard or outboard? I think mine is outboard. The H fixture, that is.
So it's above the ECU.
Yes, thanks for that reminder. Yeah, I think I am tally ECU. Okay. and getting out my 2 pliers and my combo wrench.
Yep, so once you have the plier set and the combo wrench, then you can attach an adjustable equipment tether hook to the H fixture.
Okay.
This view from NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins' helmet cam as he gets some tools out of his mini workstation that will be required for the H6 removal. The H fixture is a robotic interface that is no longer needed, and the plate is secured by 4 bolts. The crew members will work together to remove the bolts and then remove the plate from the structure. This will open up 4 attach points that will be used for future solar array power system upgrades.
All right, I see the fixture. Okay, I have the adjustable attached.
Copy. And we have good WES from Hopper, and we do also have WES from you, Ike. It's kind of coming and going, but right now it looks okay.
Awesome. And I'm ready for PGT settings.
All right, just want to make sure you also have a small trash bag ready, just in case of bolt failure. And then PGT settings are Bravo 7, counterclockwise 1.
Bravo 7, counterclockwise 1.
Good readback. And when you're ready, Hopper, you can release torque on the 4 bolts. It's 1 to 2 turns, any order.
In work.
And we'd like
Loading bolt 1.
turns on each bolt.
Hopkins now using his PGT or pistol grip tool in order to remove bolts from the H fixture. The PGT is essentially a space drill that astronauts use during spacewalks to remove and secure bolts.
Bolt 4, 2 turns.
Did you say bolt 4, 2 turns?
Okay, Andy, I'm ready for those settings as well. That's affirmative.
Ike, that's Bravo 7, counterclockwise 1.
Bravo 7, counterclockwise 1. Ready to release.
Okay.
Bolt 3, 2 turns.
Bolt 3, 2 turns. And Ike, you can release 1 to 2 turns. Release the torque. Any order, please report number of turns.
Copy, releasing bolt 1. And bolt 2, 2 turns.
Copy, bolt 2, 2 turns.
For the next step.
So Hopper, just to confirm, all 4 bolts you released 2 turns, right?
Affirmative.
Okay, now you can fully release all the 4 bolts in any order. Same settings, Bravo 7, counterclockwise 1. Please stop driving at 10 turns.
Total or new 10?
Yeah, 12 total, so I did the math for you, 10.
Thank you. Turning. Okay, Andy, I got a little overzealous. I got 4 turns on 1, but I got 2 turns on 2, 3, and 4.
Copy that. You just want to test my math skills. So you can fully release all 4 bolts. Same settings, Bravo 7, counterclockwise 1. Bolt 1, please no more than 8 turns, and then 2, 3, and 4, no more than 10 turns.
Work. All right, 10 turns on bolt 1, and it's released.
Copy.
We just heard confirmation that the first bolt on the H fixture has been released. There are 3 bolts remaining.
Bolt 1 took 4 more turns, it's fully released. Bolt 2 took 7 more turns, it's fully released.
Copy.
7, bolt 3. Bolt 4 is fully released.
Copy.
Five turns on bolt 3, it's fully released. Bolt 3, fully released.
Copy.
Bolt 4, 7 more turns, fully released.
Copy, Ike. So I have all 4 of your bolts fully released. So you can now install the 2 pliers into the H fixture channels until the marks are reached. If you need, you can release the MLI as needed.
Copy.
And with that, we just heard confirmation that all 4 bolts on the H fixture have been released. Next up, a special pair of pliers will be installed in order to help remove the H fixture from the plate.
And 10 turns, bolt 2, fully released.
Copy that, Hopper. So you can also install the pliers into the H fixture channels.
That's it.
So once you have both pliers in the H fixture channels and really pushed in until the marks are reached, then you can take your crow's foot from the combo wrench and put that in the H fixture hole and then try to pry it off.
Okay, we copy. All right, I'm just getting my pliers out.
And just a reminder to have a tether on the H fixture for both of you. There should be an adjustable going to the H fixture before you pry it off.
And EV wants to
We're in a brief expected handover between satellites and we'll regain communications with our spacewalkers here shortly.
to the H fixture tether.
We just had a handover. I think I copied. You said you have a tether to the H fixture?
H, affirm.
This view from NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins' helmet cam as he works to install pliers to the H fixture in order to pry it from the pad.
Sure not as easy as it looked in those
No,
videos.
there isn't.
Yeah, so just a reminder, both of the pliers need to be inserted at the same time to press the detent out of place before you can pry it off.
Yep. The hope. Yep.
Well,
I think you just want to rotate.
yep, I'm not having much luck either. In different body position.
Yeah, I went perpendicular to the handrail.
I started.
So if you're having trouble with the pliers, we can try the wedge assemblies.
EV2, I don't think the wedge is going to be any better. They're going slowly. From EV2, can you see my WVS? Like rim, there's a ridge.
Yeah, I agree.
That's kind of in the way of my fifth plier.
So you said there's a ridge kind of blocking you from rotating the plier, is that right?
Yeah. See it in my videos. Pliers right up against it.
Yeah, I think we see it. So that's why you can't rotate the plier, right?
Hopkins and Glover continuing to try to install pliers in order to pry the H fixture from the pad.
So Ike, it looks like yours might be in. Do you want to give it a go with the combo wrench?
Okay, and work. Yeah, I think the bottom one just went in a little bit more. off. Nice.
Good job,
It
Ike.
didn't feel like they were all the way seated, though, Hopper, but they were, just the Kapton tape piece was just a little bit behind the gold. Yeah. I think you might be able to just pop that thing off. I'm not even close right now. That last few inches of mine getting in there was just kind of jiggling it. You know how in the video it kind of just went in plane? Yeah. It was in the same plane and then they just rotated. Mine actually came in from the side, the front, the part facing you. I kind of slid it in, and then right at the last minute it went flush in plane. All right, I got the lower one.
We received word that Glover was able to get his H fixture removed from the plate. Hopkins still working to remove his.
All right, we see you there working, Hopper. We'll give it another minute or two. And it looks like you have one of them in at least, so if you want to give it a try with the combo wrench, that's fine with us.
I got it. I finally got it.
Yeah, that looks good. We see that.
Works. It's released.
And with that, Hopkins was able to remove his H fixture from the plate.
You got it without the combo wrench? Yeah, very nice.
It's all the Wheaties, right?
It's just once you got it in the right spot. Sweet spot, where that was.
All right, so you can reinstall MLI if you removed it and grab some quick imagery of the GSE pan. No, we'll skip the imagery for now, so you can just reinstall MLI if you removed it and then stow the tools and the H fixture in your crew lock bags, and then we'll get heading back towards the airlock.
Right. H fixture in the bag. Same for EV1. Gotta get some pictures. Bag is on the BRT. Picking up my tethers. I'm gonna head back. Got your pictures? I go back first anyway. He said skip pictures. Oh, we skip pictures?
No need for pictures today. We're happy. We'll head back. Just before you head back, we'll take a glove inspection, a hab check, and a gauntlets check, please, from both of you.
Okay, crew lock bag is on my VRT. EV2 half-inch drive, got some on my palm of my right glove near the face of my pinky, just some eraser kind of the RTV all intact and it's all still attached. No grease on my thumb, other than that they look new.
Copy. Then just check your gauntlets and you can head back.
Okay, EB1 is my hat, left glove, looks good. Right glove, there's a little damage to the...
And with the successful removal of both H fixtures, a slot is opened up that will be used for future solar power array systems upgrades. The crew is now performing a glove and hat check and will then head back to the airlock to begin ingress procedures.
You put the MLI back in place if you removed it, right?
I didn't remove any. I'm back. Andy, I didn't remove any.
Copy.
I'm heading back. I'm leading back to the airlock, right? You got it. Okay.
Sir, just before you guys head back, I'm sorry, we're going to need a picture after all, just to
Andy, my camera.
Ike, you can head back. Hopper will just take.
Not working.
Okay, I copy Ike. So just pictures from you, Hopper.
Yeah. I do.
And Ike, you've picked up, or you're going to pick up a green hook from 5309, right?
5309, I'm on the way there. All right, I got some pictures.
We copy, Hopper. Thank you.
Okay. I got you on clear.
As the spacewalkers perform some closeout imagery, let's take a look back at all that has been accomplished in today's spacewalk, now nearing the 6.5-hour mark. Today's spacewalk is the 233rd in support of assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. To start the day off, NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover worked together to remove the Kolka, or Columbus Ka band antenna, out of the airlock and brought it with them to the Columbus module. Once at the Columbus module, the duo worked together again to remove bolts on the Columbus panels and then installed the Kolka. Kolka was then secured to the Columbus module and cables were routed. We did receive word that Kolka is up and running and working as it should.
All the way back to the airlock.
Following this, the duo headed to the Bartolomeo Science platform and worked to route cables to Bartolomeo. 4 out of the 6 cables that have been connected to Bartolomeo appear to be providing good electrical continuity and power. However, the other 2 were not able to be connected and are currently secured via wire tie and temporarily capped off. Because of this, Bartolomeo is not yet functional. The current Bartolomeo configuration is in a safe configuration, and the teams will continue to troubleshoot after the EVA. The crew then worked together to remove a cover off of the Kolka, which was installed to protect the antenna during installation. Because the cover was no longer needed, it was jettisoned off the robotic arm. The final task of the day you just saw, in which the duo worked together to remove 2 H fixtures from the P6 truss of the station. The H fixtures are robotic interfaces that are no longer needed, and these removals open up 4 attach points that will be used for future solar array power system upgrades. The duo now heading back to the hatch to begin ingress and repressurization procedures.
Howdy. All right, Andy, my green hook is to my red reel. Green reel is unlocked. Heading back to the airlock.
Copy that. So once you're back at the airlock, you can open the hatch thermal cover, and then you can attach your waist tether to the airlock waist tether, and then close the hooks and lock them.
Me too. There. When you get back there, right? Say again. the T-worm for me. I don't know if I told you earlier, Andy, my gauntlets are in place.
Copy, thank you.
And UV1 as well.
Copy, thank you.
Okay, green hook's on the red reel.
Copy.
AV2 is across the stars, heading inboard. Yeah.
And Hopper, you can translate to handrail 3652 where your anchor hook is and then hang out there until Ike has established himself at the airlock.
Right. And I gotta put my green hook back down. Camera got snagged. All right, I'm across the lab, Hopper. Roger. Under the port seat of carts. Roger. Getting my green hook for the second time.
Copy all.
Going down the seat of spur, Hopper. All right, I'm back at the hatch. Roger. Thermal cover is open.
Copy all. So you can attach your waist tether to the airlock waist tether.
North. How about the airlock D-ring extender?
Yep, that's perfectly fine.
I'm locked on the airlock D-ring extender. Gate closed, starter's locked. Black on black. Roger. That waist tether small hook is locked to my right D-ring extender. Black on black. Full test, and you have a go. Go the slingshot. Roger. I'll be there in 30 seconds. Timer's running.
30 seconds to the slingshot. All right, I'm at the slingshot.
All right, so you can tether to Ike's safety tether cable, and then you can release his anchor hook and attach it to your red reel.
Go. Andy, crew lock back 2, 3, on the UIA U-ring.
Copy.
And I'm going out to get those 2 large small wrecks.
Copy.
Okay, V2 is anchor hook attached to my red reel. So close, auto lock, lock on black, good full tough.
Copy. So
Releasing my red.
and you can retrieve your own anchor hook and stow it on your mini workstation.
And work.
NASA astronaut Victor Glover has arrived back to the airlock. Mike Hopkins is continuing to make his way back there. Once they both arrive, they'll work on ingress procedures and will work to repressurize the airlock.
Coming your way. Good job.
Copy you on your way back to the airlock, Hopper. When you pass the port CETA cart, please press the brake release 2 times.
Roger. See the cart. Copy. Yeah. See me? Little feet. All right. I see a brake. And Andy, both of those large smalls are on the airlock D-ring extender and released from the circular handrail on the exterior.
Copy that, Ike.
And Andy, I have 2 switches on the left brake of the port CETA cart.
Yep, we saw that. Thank you.
You bet.
You got a rep for my lock bag? I will shortly. Okay.
Station Houston, space to ground 3.
Yeah, 3.
Okay.
Hey, Kate, we know you're watching, but in case you're distracted, the crew's coming back into the airlock here shortly.
I am here. Should see some hooks right there.
For the call, but we're definitely watching.
Well, I can hook it for you if you... Just let me get a buckle down. Go. You want to just take it off your VRT? Yeah.
Now 6 hours and 43 minutes into today's spacewalk as NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins works to join fellow NASA astronaut Victor Glover in the airlock. Once in, they'll close the hatch and begin repressurization procedures.
What can I do for you? I think Woodruff's going to come in. We're in a good config for coming in, right? I like the sound of that. Yep, my safety tether seal is right in the opening, but yeah, other than that, so it's in a good daisy chain. Is that what you show, Andy?
Yeah, from our point of view, everything's good. All the way back from the slingshot. So once Ike's in place, then you have a go to ingress.
After that, currently forward and port. But I'm happy to move. Roger, coming in. And thermal cover.
And once the thermal cover is closed, you can attach the Velcro strap.
Velcro strap. Okay, tracking.
Hopkins now working to attach the thermal hatch cover, and as the astronauts enter the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, ingress begins the end of the spacewalk for the day. However, the spacewalk timer will continue to run until repressurization begins, at which point the clock will stop.
Velcro strap is attached.
All right, you can both.
Roomy in here now, Ike? Oh, so roomy, palatial.
All right, then you can remove SCU from the pouch, remove the DCM cover, and Velcro to the DCM, and then connect the SCU to the DCM.
Roger, and work. 2.
Once the crew lock is completely repressurized, the astronauts on the other side of the Quest airlock will bring our spacewalkers in from the crew lock portion to the airlock, into the equipment lock, and will help them doff their suits and remove the safers.
And EV1, that's a use test.
2 in work.
Copy, and just double check that the SCU is locked in place.
Locked. EV1 locked.
EV2 locked.
Copy. A note here, TCV setting of 8, which is max cold, will minimize the time for SCU cooling. All right, so now you can switch your water to off, OFF, and you can expect an H2O is off message.
EV1 off, OFF.
EV2 OFF water.
Okay, a caution, don't close the hatch until EMU water is off for 2 minutes.
Okay.
So you can verify the outer hatch is clear of hardware and verify the hatch handle position is per the hatch decal.
Hatch handle position per the hatch decal. It's in the unlatched position and unlocked. And there is no fog.
Copy, and we're just waiting for the water timer to expire.
Roger.
Okay, that's 2 minutes for the EMU water. You can close and lock the EV hatch hopper.
Roger, inward. I come caught on something back here.
Say again? Oh, it's probably me. You want to be moved to the other side if you can move aft. Maneuver forward. Any better?
Hopkins now working to close the hatch inside the airlock.
Is that you?
That's me.
Yeah, can you go the other
Can we
side?
go to the other side?
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Got a screw lock bag. It's loaded. All right, let's do this one more time.
Your safety tethers.
Look,
You got them on your low right side.
okay, tally ho. I concur. You latch. I'm showing in the latch position, and I'm locked.
hatch is closed.
Copy. That's good.
Pad is closed.
That's good news. That takes us on to the depress repress cue card. And first thing is just to double check that your SCU is connected to your DCM.
And it is connected to the DCM. EV2.
And again, just double check your water is off, OFF.
EV1, OFF. EV2, OFF.
All right. Third step is to check that the hatch is closed and locked, which you just did. So next, Ike on the UIA, check that the oxygen EMU-1-2 valve is open.
Oxygen EMU-1 open. EMU-2 open.
Next, you can switch power to EV1 and 2 to on, ON.
Power. EV1 on, good green LED. Power. EV2 on, green LED.
And check that the volt...
8.6 volts times 2.
Say again, how many volts?
On 8.6.
Copy. So on your DCM, you can switch power to SCU and expect a warning tone.
EV1. EV2.
All right. Well, it's been a pleasure working with you. At this point, I'll hand you over to Suichi, who's in the equipment lock, standing by, ready to help. Good job today.
Thank you so much, Andy. Your friendly Sudive is taking over from here. And EV1, EV2, this is IV. Action, O2 actuator to press.
O2 actuator to press. CV1. Stand by. Press 2.
Copy EV2. And EV1, check. EV hatch MPEG closed.
EV hatch MPEG closed, EV1.
Copy. Okay, next time, okay, I will start repressing and the throttle off to no, but we will go very, very slow. So if you're ready, I'll start repressing.
Okay, cut that.
And you started repressing. Time is 0626. And EB1, EB2, how do you like the rate of the repress?
Feels good right now. EB1. EB2 is good.
And EB2.
And we're still hot, Mike, correct?
This is still hot mic.
Okay.
EB1, EB2, how's the rate of repress?
Yeah, you could probably go a little faster. Are you okay with that, Ike? EB2 is good.
Yeah, a little bit the bump up.
And with repressurization having begun, our spacewalk clock for the day has officially ended. The spacewalk today officially ended at 12:24 p.m. Central Time. The elapsed time for today's spacewalk was 6 hours and 56 minutes.
While we're finishing up this repress, just want to say congratulations to all the Colca team, the Bartolomeo team. In particular, I'd like to mention Dr. Ingo Ritat for all his work over the years. I understand he's retiring soon, but also as the chief engineer at Bartolomeo. I know we didn't get it completely done, but hats off to him and the entire team for what we accomplished today. So thank you very much for a great day.
Hey, we appreciate those words, and the whole team down here appreciates working with you, and both you and I put in a lot of hard work to get all the tasks done. Colca is working, and as you said, we got most of Bartolomeo as well, so good job to both of you.
That's fantastic. Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Andy. Great working with you guys.
Some thoughtful words from astronaut Mike Hopkins and ground IV Andy Mogensen, reflecting on the hard work of those on the ground who support and help made this spacewalk possible.
If you increase the rate, let me know if you guys feel happy.
One's still good. Maybe two good.
After a 6 hour and 56 minute spacewalk, repressurization is continuing nominally. Just like during depressurization earlier this morning, there is a pause at 5 pounds per square inch of pressure as the astronauts conduct leak checks on their suits. We're currently approaching 2 pounds per square inch of pressure inside the airlock. Again, today's spacewalk officially ended at 12:24 p.m. Central Time and lasted a total of 6 hours and 56 minutes. During that time, today's spacewalkers of NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover removed the Colca or Columbus Ka band antenna out of the airlock and brought it with them to the Columbus module. Following this, they removed bolts on Columbus panels in order to install Colca. They then installed Colca and then secured it to the Columbus module. Following this, Glover routed Colca cables, and we have received word that Colca is up and running. The duo then headed to the Bartolomeo Science Platform and worked to route cables to Bartolomeo. 4 out of the 6 cables that have been connected to Bartolomeo appear to be providing good electrical continuity and power. However, the other 2 cables were not able to be connected, but are secured via wire ties and temporarily capped off. The current Bartolomeo configuration is in a safe config, and the teams will continue to troubleshoot after today's spacewalk. The crew then headed back to Columbus and removed a cover off of the Colca, which was installed to protect the antenna during installation. Because the cover was no longer needed, it was jettisoned. The final task of the day was to remove 2 H fixtures from the P6 truss. H fixtures are robotic interfaces that were no longer needed. Before heading out to the P6, Glover worked on a pit pin replacement in the airlock as a get-ahead task. However, after the teams evaluated the existing pit pin was working, they determined that they did not need to replace it. Following this, the duo headed out to the P6 truss where they removed 4 bolts and worked to remove the H fixture from the plate on the truss. This now opens up attach points that will be used for future power system upgrades.
Now wait for 2 minutes for the pressure to stabilize.
Roger.
Station P1 is 302.42.
Copy all, station, that's good config.
Houston Station P2 is 301.78.
Station, Houston copies the pressures. That's a good leak check. You are go to continue.
Continue. Okay, EB1, EB2, check switch glove heaters OFF.
EB1, OFF. EB2, OFF.
Check gloves for contamination. Report to Houston if there's contamination.
EB1, no contamination. EB2, done.
Copy. And there's a voting. Any cost checkware applies, and I believe today's none. So next option, EB1, EB2, O2 actuator to IV.
And work. EB1, IV. EB2, IV.
Copy. All right, EB1, EB2, we're gonna restart repressing. So IV hatch equalization coming to norm. So you guys expect alert tone.
EB1, 2.
Repress started.
Good leak checks at 5 pounds per square inch of pressure as repress continues. Repressurization will continue all the way up to about 14.6 pounds per square inch, which is the nominal pressure at which the station is pressurized. At this point, the hatch will be opened and crew members will be brought in to the equipment lock where they'll doff their suits.
Okay, DB2, LFT is now 13.1, according to DCM. I can read it. Stand by for the ID hatch. Station, now the DPDP is almost zero. We see ourselves out of the refresh Q card, moving on to the post EVA.
Houston copies and concurs. We see you in 1.240.
1.240. DB2, now we are in the 1.240 post EVA. We're going to open the ID hatch per decal, so stand by.
DB2.
Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency Soichi Noguchi in the red is now opening the hatch. Standing by to assist is NASA astronaut Kate Rubins. Once the hatch is opened, Victor Glover and Mike Hopkins will be brought through the hatch. They'll have their safers removed and then they'll doff their suits.
Hey, it's open. All right, they're taking me out, Hopper.
We are EV2. We're starting the safer doffing and starting EV2. So Hopper, stand by.
EV1.
Coming through the hatch first today, NASA astronaut Victor Glover. Mike Hopkins will soon follow behind him.
You guys take care of step 4, call, right?
Station Houston, step 4 is in work. Stand by.
Okay, we'll be standing by.
Sorry, you can continue, but we're working step 4.
Okay, we'll continue.
With the completion of today's spacewalk, we have some updated statistics. This was the 233rd spacewalk in support of ISS assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. This is the first spacewalk of 2021 and the second spacewalk of Expedition 64. This was the third spacewalk of Hopkins' career. His total spacewalking time now 19 hours and 54 minutes. This was the first spacewalk of Victor Glover's career. His total spacewalking time now 6 hours and 56 minutes. Today's spacewalk lasted a total of 6 hours and 56 minutes, and it brings the total spacewalking time on the International Space Station to 61 days, 1 hour, and 47 minutes of total spacewalking time.
Space to Ground 1. Station Houston, Space to Ground 1, Step 4 complete. Crew is no longer hot mic.
Glover's SAFER has now been removed. As a reminder, SAFER stands for Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. This is essentially a space jetpack that the crew member would use in an emergency situation if they were to become detached from the space station.
The last is that the crew is no longer hot mic.
All right, copy, thank you.
Mike Hopkins' SAFER jetpack has now been removed. The 233rd spacewalk in support of station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades is now complete. The spacewalk lasted a total of 6 hours and 56 minutes. During today's spacewalk, NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover took the Kolka or Columbus Ka band antenna out of the airlock and brought it with them to the Columbus module. Following this, bolts on the Columbus module panels were removed in order to install the Kolka. Kolka was then installed and secured to the Columbus module. Following this, Glover worked to route Kolka cables, and we did receive word that Kolka is up and running. The duo then headed to the Bartolomeo Science Platform and worked to route cables to Bartolomeo. 4 out of the 6 cables have been connected to Bartolomeo and appear to be working in good electrical order. However, the other 2 cables were not able to be connected, but are secured via wire ties and are temporarily capped off. The current Bartolomeo configuration is in a safe configuration, and the teams will continue to troubleshoot after today's spacewalk. Following this, the crew headed back to Columbus and removed a cover off of the Kolka, which was installed to protect the antenna during installation. Because the cover was no longer needed, it was then jettisoned. The final task of the day was to remove two H fixtures from the P6 truss. H fixtures are robotic interfaces that are no longer needed. Before heading out to P6, Glover worked on a pip pin replacement in the airlock as a get-ahead task. However, after the team evaluated the existing pin and determined it was in working condition, they decided that the get-ahead task was no longer needed and the pin did not need to be replaced. Following this, the duo headed out to the P6 truss, where they each removed 4 bolts and worked to remove the H fixtures from their plates on the truss. This now opens up 4 attach points that will be used for future solar array power system upgrades. NASA astronaut Kate Rubins on the right working to help Mike Hopkins remove his spacesuit, while Shuichi Noguchi on the left in the red works to remove Victor Glover's. Kate Rubins and Shuichi Noguchi now working to remove the spacewalker's gloves.
Station Houston, space to ground 1 for the desuiting ops.
Both spacewalkers now have their gloves removed. Next up, we'll look to have their helmets removed.
just request that when you get down to step 36, in particular for Hopper or Ike's ComCap, if you guys could please inspect the embeds and also potentially take pictures of the embeds, just because he had started having that loss of hearing in the one of the sides of the ComCap. So if you could check that out for us, do an inspection, maybe take a photo, that'd be appreciated.
Step 36, we take a close-up photo, especially for EV1, EV2. Guys want to do the disconnect the helmet one by one, so starting from you.
Today's 6-hour and 56-minute spacewalk is now complete. This was the first spacewalk of 2021 and the second of Expedition 64. This was again the first spacewalk for Victor Glover and the third for Mike Hopkins. The duo will head back outside the station's hatch on Monday to complete additional upgrades to the space station. You can tune in live. Coverage begins at 4:30 a.m. Central Time.
Station on 2.
With both astronauts now back inside the equipment portion of the Quest airlock, that wraps up our 6-hour and 56-minute long spacewalk for today. That will conclude our coverage. Thanks for watching. Signing off for now, this is Mission Control Houston.